Sori says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A channel shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
The Imperishable Flame stream is once again...
The Imperishable Flames have come again.
Has returned.
They've returned.
All right, so let's see. Do you have the stream symbol up there? Though, sorry.
Nope, because somebody changed the settings on my computer, so all of my favorites and bookmarks are gone.
No. Click on that, and you can change it to another. Yeah, pick one of those other ones, right there.
Yeah, but the problem is, don't worry about it. We'll explain later. Don't do that again, please.
Okay.
On my computer. All right, talk to the people.
All right.
So the Imperishable Flames.
Yes, that was so distracting. Okay, the stream comment. Don't forget to put the picture up in there. Stream comments. This is the next installment of the Imperishable Flame streams with more to follow. This is effectively a stream of Discord members picking songs, and it's not an alliance stream.
It's not an alliance stream.
Or as Vin puts it, the Discord Ronin collusion stream, so to speak. If possible, could you play the March Madness video that Archero created?
Yes. With God, all things are possible.
There's the answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archero deserves props for all he does on the Discord. It's great fun to participate in the Discord March Madness, and for good cause to boot. Thank you, Archero.
The March. We'll be talking about the March Madness throughout the stream.
Yeah.
But it's really, really important, guys. And we do it kind of every year as a village thing to help out fellow villagers. Like I said, we'll show you the full commercial as everything goes on. But definitely, guys, something you want to think about for sure. But right now we've got some really cool stuff on the way for you. Okay, so let's talk about it. The first song. Tell them what the first song is.
So the first song that we're going to do is from the big homie Revo. The name of the song...
Oh, we're coming right out with Revo's song first?
Yeah.
Okay, Revo.
Enslaved is the name of the band. Forest Dweller is the name of the song. This is what Revo had to say about it. On March 3rd, Nuclear Blast Records released Enslaved's latest album, a concept album about... Heimdall?
Heimdall? I don't know what Heimdall is. What is Heimdall?
This is the first single from the album that was released in January. The band said, the song sort of showcases our representative samples of inspiration. Led Zeppelin, Genesis, Destruction, Iron Maiden, and David Bowie.
The stream symbol is not in that email, is it? It's on Trello.
Well, yeah, you can get it on Trello. You're going to have to just scroll that way because I thought it was still going to be up there. You'll see the stream symbol come up. Keep scrolling. All right, so it mirrors the lyrics as well, which details about both darkness and light in connection to the nature of the... I'm just going to send it to you, I'm sorry. The nature of that word he said. Heimdall. So we're gonna see what it's gonna talk about it in the song.
The
what it
nature
is.
of the Heimdall, whatever that is.
Heimdall,
I've never heard of that before. So this is going to be educational, dear listener. Is it under the Revo stream?
It's okay. I'm just gonna send it to you.
Okay, so never you fear, your stream symbol is en route, dear listener.
En route.
En route, like Jim Root.
And I said route. Okay, there you go. There's a stream symbol, and let's get this party started.
Oh, you can't get the party started.
Why? What happened?
Because I haven't received the stream symbol yet.
Should be. It's through text. You want me to move that camera a little bit so it's not half cutting you off?
I don't. Talk to the people. Hey.
Hi.
What's up?
Let's just ask me anything.
Yep. What's up?
Oh boy. All right. Let me pull up so we can hear some of what you guys are saying. Okay.
Yep.
Maybe it was talked about in the Thor movies.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm in the middle of work. I'll call you back.
It,
it's probably going to be a yes, so. I got to go.
How have you been? I miss y'all. We miss you too.
Yeah, just text me and I'll confirm. Thanks. Good Lord.
Who
all
you
these
got for
interruptions.
March Madness Final 3?
I don't know yet, to be honest with
I'm
you.
very typical female, like, sports. I'm just gonna throw in with whatever Vinny says. I'll be like, okay. The only reason I do anything in regards to sports is because Vinny likes it, and so I like to hear his stories about what interests him about it. You know what? We could make a clearer picture here.
Go ahead, if you want to. There goes my goal of starting directly at 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, I figure while you're putting that thing up on the screen.
Yeah. The adjustment. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, dear listener. Whatever you say.
Can you just give me your eyes? That's what it'll be for now, so we can start on time.
Now, somebody might say, well, why don't you guys get this taken care of, like, before you guys start shooting? I would say to you, dear listener, very good question.
Well,
Very good question.
What do you mean? We were doing band practice.
We're not doing band practice. We finished band practice at 9:48.
Oh. And then I decided to put makeup on a little bit. Obviously not much.
And here we are. Okay.
All right, let's go.
Oh, boy. The nerve of some people. All right, here we go. Song numero uno. Enslaved, Forest Dweller, let's go. Nope, let's not.
No, I tripped on my headphones on the way.
Stand by, dear listener. When is MA about to get... MA is going to get fired up pretty soon here. We got a lot of shit to talk about for sure. Shout out to Clarissa. Shout out to Negative Vibes. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Enslaved. Here. What's the title of the song again? It's been so long.
Forest. I agree. Forest Dweller.
All right. Forest Dweller. Enslaved. Let's go. strong rhythm on that.
Yeah, there is. I agree. Yeah. You can kind of get on it. Yeah. Not quite there.
Okay, that was Enslaved, and that is okay, guys. So here's a little bit of background relative to the Heimdall, is what he said.
Yeah. I guess. You know, I didn't.
Old Norse Heimdallar. Sorry if I'm butchering that term. In Norse mythology, the watchman of the gods, called the shining god and the whitest skinned of the gods, Heimdall dwelt at the entry to Asgard, where he guarded Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. So he's the watchman of the gods. So I'm not really sure how the Norse pantheon works. I think Odin is at the top, right? Like that's Odin. That's Thor. So you got Odin is the All-Father, right? He's got this son named Thor. He's got the hammer. Some of this I'm getting from Avengers. So
I was gonna say, I don't know this. I'm not familiar enough with it to keep.
Yeah, I feel like Isengard.
The true mythology.
I think Isengard. I think is like where Odin and all these people live. Like, you know, but Valhalla is like the hall where the warriors go and they fight until Ragnarok or something like that. I'm not sure. I've got it screwed up, but I'm interested because I've never heard of this guy before. He's sort of the watchman of the gods, and what does that mean? That he has some sort of authority over them? Do they have to listen to him? You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's how does he become the?
I mean, this is Wikipedia, but it says that he's a god. He's the son of Odin and 9 mothers. He keeps watch for invaders and the onset of Ragnarok from his dwelling.
Okay.
Heimenborg, where burning Rainbow Bridge.
Bifrost meets the sky. Okay. Okay. So that makes sense. So he's a divine being, but he's not. It's not like he's got authority over the other gods. He's just the watchman. He's like the guard at the door, basically, to make sure that no bad guys get in or
he's
people
the
who
son
aren't.
of Odin and 9 mothers.
Yeah, shout out to Odin. Odin's out there on his.
Is he calling the other women his mothers also?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's mythology, so I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I've got a guy. I mean, Facebook has banned him for some strange. I mean, I fight like cats. It's France. I fight like cats and dogs with the guy, but he's a wealth of a lot of this knowledge, and he posts a lot of it in Middle America. But I've not been able to get them this week because I don't know what he said that got him banned or whatever. But it's really
Man.
fascinating shit. I know it's ridiculous. It's like it's my page. You know what I'm saying? Like Facebook, whatever. I can't imagine he would have said anything that would be like really, really bad, but whatever.
I find it hard to believe there's stuff that people can say beyond what I saw that didn't get them banned that would get them banned.
What are you talking about, Ross?
Well, the stuff that I saw, I was like, oh my gosh, you'd think that would get people banned, but it didn't get them banned. So I'm like, holy shit, what did this guy post?
Yeah, I mean, and we don't ban anybody. Our admins, they don't ban anybody, but whatever. Okay, so
in the time before time, I was fighting. The desperation, the grief, and the pain, the weapon of time I was yielding. So the kin would vanish in vain. I wonder if that was supposed to be king.
No, kin.
So
the
king
family,
wouldn't
the people.
vanish in vain.
Yeah.
I held out my hand, befriended the slave. He gave me hospitality and trust. Blind to the ways of the flickering kind, his reward was my treacherous lust. The soldier bid me welcome. I bowed in awe. I told him the ways of my house. He beheld the sun of sense and lust. In the morning, the awareness aroused. Smugly, I entered the realm of the king. As a herald of time and of space, we carved the runes, we drank and sang to mankind, to gods, and their grace. The tree set ablaze at the end of my days, awaiting my deserved death yell. Long forgotten, no one whispers my name. In the mountains and the forests I'll dwell.
Okay. So, and then they said that this is introducing, it mirrors the lyrics, which deals about both darkness and light in connection to the nature of Heimdall. Okay, so this guy is not all good.
In time before time, I was fighting. Okay.
Like he's not necessarily like a completely good dude because he's going into the king's house. Is he going into the king's place and then he's talking to Shorty? Is that the idea?
Is that what was happening?
I mean, I don't know. It says I held out my hand, befriended the slave. He gave me hospitality and trust, blind to the ways of the flickering kind. See what I'm saying? He gave me hospitality and trust. And then the next line says, he was blind to the ways of the flickering kind.
Which is himself.
And the next line is, his reward was my treacherous lust. See what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So this guy holds out his hand, this slave or whatever, he befriends him. But this guy, this slave, this human doesn't understand what he's dealing with a god. I guess flickering kind would be one of the terms for the gods or whatever. So he thinks that the guy is friendly, and and in reality, it's like, no, he's just there to satiate his lust. I don't know if it's his lust on him or maybe his little slave wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you looking like that? What's wrong with you?
I've never seen a mythological story like this before.
You've never seen a story where a divine being comes down to earth to copulate with women?
It was a man singing this song, right?
Yeah?
It says, I held out my hand, befriended the slave. He gave me hospitality. I've never seen a mythological story where a male figure comes down and bestows his lust on another male, unless I'm misunderstanding this.
I'm just assuming that the lust was to the slave's wife, who's not mentioned in the song. I didn't think it was on him.
So you're just hoping that that's where that's going? I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm not hoping. I'm saying that,
or like a guess?
Their mythology, their culture is heteronormative, right? Mm-hmm. So...
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying I didn't understand why.
That's the point of that assumption. I think.
Okay, all right.
I think if you read this 10 years ago, you'd probably assume that you'd probably put the wife in there too. You see what I'm saying? But now, because the culture we're in, where things aren't heteronormative, it's funny. When I was that thing today, they said, "How do you identify?"
Oh yeah, I bet.
I was like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "I'm right in front of you, shorty." She's like, "Well," I was like, "Okay." I should have fucked around. I should have fucked around with them. I should have said, maybe that would have changed things for me. I don't know.
I mean, things went pretty well as it was.
Yeah, things went very well. Shout out to the... Yo, I am going to spike the football, though. None of you guys know what I'm talking about, but it sucks for a lot. But anyway, yeah, that's interesting, because it says, like, his reward was my treacherous lust. The soldier bid me welcome. I bowed in awe. I told him the ways of my house. He beheld the son of sense and lust. In the morning, the awareness aroused. Smugly, I entered the realm of the king. So he's just going around and spreading his junk all over the place.
I mean, well, hold on. Does lust necessarily have to mean sexuality? Can't it just be like an insane amount of like
in the house? A desire
for?
Yes, but when you have those consistent stories, whether it's Greek mythology, whether it's the biblical record, you have these divine beings that come down and hang out with
That's true. That is
with humans all the time, and then they copulate and create these, superhuman kind of figures. So I'm not sure. For the Norse, hospitality is extremely important, so to reward with treachery is among the worst things that one can do.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so these gods are not necessarily like paragons of virtue, which is very, very fascinating. Very fascinating. Because, biblically speaking, so it looks like Odin, help me out with this, River, Odin is at the top of the pantheon. I'm pretty sure. Odin's at the top of the pantheon over there in Norse mythology. So you have Odin, and then he's got this son Thor, who's essentially the god of thunder. And in the Canaanite pantheon, you have El, and then he has what's that guy's name? Baal. So El is the main Canaanite god, and then Baal is a storm god, rides on the clouds, thunder, all of that.
Yep.
And what's fascinating, obviously, then in the Bible you have Yahweh, and Yahweh has this son who comes on clouds and rides on clouds as well.
I remember the first time you told me that.
So you could look at that a bunch of ways. You could say, oh, all of these cultures, they're just borrowing from each other. Although the Norwegian culture, which has the Odin Thor thing, and the Canaanite culture seem to be geographically not in a place, especially in the ancient world, where they could interface and share these stories together. So there's a lot of ways to explain that. I guess you could say that, our ancient parents were more afraid of thunder and lightning because you couldn't see thunder, you just heard it, and then you didn't know when lightning was going to strike, and then it would set fire to shit. And they had no idea about the weather cycle, which they actually knew a lot more than we actually give them credit for. But let's just go with the current secular explanation for this stuff. They attached divine personality. They anthropomorphized these natural phenomena as a way of, one, trying to understand it, and then B, in creating religions where you could appease those gods so that you could manipulate nature to do what you want it to do. Right? So like you have, when you hear that thunder, it's terrifying and you can't control it. So what do you do? And how do you work with that? So it's
yeah. I think that sometimes we miss what it would be like to live in a world where, because we're so used to having like houses and cars, and so we always have shelter. I mean, even the poorest of us usually have a spot to go. You know what I mean? Like, of course there are homeless people, but for the majority, we don't have that experience. So we don't even know what it's like to be a tent dweller in the midst of a really bad storm.
Correct.
Like, what's that even like? Like,
correct.
The rage or the wrath that you could feel from nature itself.
Correct.
But that we're just like, ooh, our cozy house. Look at the wind.
So that's one way to look at it. Although what I will say is that I can see every culture creating a thunder god. But what's fascinating to me is the thunder god is always the son of the main god. So you have Odin, and Thor is the son of Odin. Mm-hmm. Baal is the son of El, and then this mystery figure in the Old Testament is the son of Yahweh. So that's my question. Why is the thunder god the son of someone? That is fascinating. So you could look at it that way, or you could say, well, let's say that these beings actually exist, and there is a pantheon of gods, and there is a high god, and his son is essentially second in command. And let's say that template was actually real, that template has actual ontology and an existence somewhere in the universe, or somewhere in reality. And you had a bunch of those beings rebel against the main deity. And so all they do is when they set up their hierarchies mimic the initial hierarchy that they saw. Mm-hmm. That's also a logical explanation for it.
Yep.
I'm not certain why the thunder god has to be the sun. Like I said, I understand how you could say, well, there's lightning and thunder out there, blah, blah, blah. But why the sun? Because you have these three cultures. One of these cultures is diametrically opposed to each other. The Canaanite and the Israelite Yahwist culture was obviously in literal war with each other. But then all the way over there in Norway, you have the same template.
Yeah.
It's not obvious to me why you would need the thunder god to be the son of the main god. It seems to me that and the main god wasn't always the god of the sun either. El is not the sun god, so it makes sense. Like, well, you would do. He's just the guy. So I don't know. It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. If Baal was a storm god, he should have been able to barbecue that oxen with his lighting.
Well, that's...
Yes, sir.
That was the situation.
Yes, sir. Baal was a traitor.
Isn't that who they were calling on when they had that? That's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were calling on Baal because it was Baal versus Yahweh. Really, it was Baal versus Yahweh's son, really, from a Christian standpoint. So I
every
just think
single
that's
time
fascinating.
I read that story, I can't help but think. So basically, what happens is there's Yahweh and his prophet, and then there's the
Baal and his
prophets, right? And they basically are doing like a battle, basically. So they go ahead. You tell the point, and then I'll say what I was going to say, because you're going to be able to put out those facts a lot.
Well, there was a debate basically among Israel who the true capital G God was. Was it Yahweh or was it Baal? And so this prophet named Elijah or Eliyahu, which literally means El is Yahweh. So
comes in to prove that El was Yahweh.
There's so many things that if a lot of my secular atheist friends, I just had this conversation with them a couple days ago, and it was like you could tell that they really think that there's some correlation between a fairy tale and the Bible. They don't understand that it's steeped in the ancient world. Mm-hmm. Whether or not you believe the conclusions that the authors of the scriptures come to, there's so much there that helps us understand the ancient world. I was reading a Bart Ehrman book where Bart Ehrman says, I absolutely look at the Gospels for a historical reference. Absolutely. He said, well, what about the bias? He's like, anybody that wrote about the Revolutionary War from the American side or the British side would have been biased. So do we not take any information from them? He's like, these are ridiculous standards. But anyway, so there, and it's funny to me, my atheist friends will go, oh, did you know that archaeologists found Yahweh married to Ashtaroth? Because Ashtaroth was a female goddess.
Yeah.
And they
with the pole.
They really thought that was like some gotcha thing, and I'm like, the prophets all through the Old Testament were complaining about this. It's called syncretism. It's like. It's the number one reason they got invaded all the time. But it's because they don't read the source material. Don't be angry at me, but it's true. Because they don't read the source material, like they don't understand what they're saying.
I know a lot of people that there's like these sites that you can go to where it's basically like, here's all the contradictions of the Bible, here's all the what of the Bible, like all these things, but like it doesn't bode well, because a lot of the claims that they're making are not even. Go ahead.
No, but it's fascinating. Okay, so Baal would be Thor. Okay, and so Baal had all these prophets, and so the idea was, okay, your guy is a storm god, so we're gonna have fire come from heaven. Now in the cartoons, the fire is like this big flame of fire that descends onto the.
Doesn't it like disintegrate what's there?
It descends onto the, because they've got this big wooden cart with all these dead carcasses on it, and it was a sacrifice, and so basically Elijah, whose name literally means El is Yahweh, says whichever god consumes this sacrifice, that's the god. That's the god that we believe in. And so one of the things that's great about John Jones, like when you have a transcendent fighter. That fighter is so good that he will beat you using your style. So if you're a striker, John Jones won't take you to the ground. He will beat you in striking. If you're known as a wrestler, he won't beat you and he'll wrestle you and beat you. Like John Jones is like
out to prove that
anything that you do good, I will just drop what I'm doing and do it better than you. Okay, so Baal is a storm god. So Elijah says, okay, whatever God answers with fire, which is lightning. Mm-hmm. It was lightning. It wasn't, whatever. It was lightning. When they say fire from the sky, they're talking about lightning, because when lightning connects on the ground, you know what happens. So your God is a storm god. So we'll go into your home court and we'll have your God use his fighting style. We'll go with that, because Yahweh was the God of everything. And so at the time, the pagans were like, oh, really? He controls everything. Real? That's interesting. How convenient. So the prophets of Baal start saying, oh, Baal, come down, and blah, blah. And there was nothing. And then there's this big thing. And then Elijah's like, well, maybe your guy's on the toilet. Maybe he's doing number 2. You got to call louder. So then they start cutting themselves. Baal, hear us, blah, blah, blah. And they basically passed out, blood loss and all that shit, right? So then Elijah goes, dump a bunch of water on the carcasses. And then Elijah goes, please show these fools.
No, they also dug a trench all around, so there was so much overflow of water that it ran down and into the trench and filled the trench with water.
Right.
And then Elijah calls upon the name of the Lord, and the lightning strikes down, and it is completely gone. Like the sacrifice, the water around, everything was completely gone. But every time I hear that story, I always think about how the prophets of Baal were trying to get him to notice them. And the way that they were trying to get noticed was by cutting themselves. And I thought, I wonder how many times people do that, like now, modern day, like, self-harm stuff
to get the attention of the gods.
Because they're trying to get the attention. Like I cannot be I cannot be here without, there's got to be something else. And so it's almost like a...
Yeah. And
there's a God that hears you that you don't have to cut yourself for, because he cut his son. Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. And what's funny, because so then everybody started saying Yahweh, he is God. Mm-hmm. What they were saying was Eliyahu, right? They were saying Elijah's name, and that ended the debate. But the point is that even in the biblical text, there is a council of beings called gods. That's why, like, a lot of my secular friends are like, "Do you believe in Odin?" Because they'll say, "You're an atheist too. You just don't believe in this. I believe in one less God," which is logically incorrect. That's a terrible argument. I'm gonna shoot a video one day and be like, if I was an atheist, these are the 5 arguments I would not use. That one is probably the worst argument ever. Like, I've heard bad arguments. I'm not talking about God, abortion. I'm talking about worst arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. That's probably the number one most horrible argument I've ever heard in my life. Logically speaking, everybody's an atheist. I just believe in one less God. Ridiculous. Yeah. But besides that, they'll say, "Oh, do you believe in Odin?" Yeah, I do. I do believe that there are beings up there that people call Odin, Thor, Baal, whatever. I think they're the same guy. As Riv is saying in the things, like, oh, they stole their pantheon from the Greeks. They stole this. They stole that. Da da da. To me, the most logical thing to say is, if you have a similar pantheon in the Norwegian world and then the ancient Near Eastern world, if you have like similar pantheons and similar flood stories and things like that, that tells me, okay, there was an original pantheon then. So that tells me, yeah, I do believe there's a guy up there called Odin and Thor. I believe all that shit, whatever you want to call him. I don't think those were their original names. but there absolutely are small g gods that the Bible makes explicit reference to. And God says he's going to punish them at the end of the world, which is interesting because you've got Ragnarok, and in Ragnarok, pretty much all the gods die, I think. So yeah, I do believe that those beings exist, and I do believe it would be proper to call them God. It's just improper to worship them as God because all of them report to somebody. And my argument is you should worship the one that they report to.
Agreed.
Right? Why would I? It's it's religion can just be whittled down to Karenism, which is basically, let me talk to your manager. Odin, Thor, all like fuck those. Let me talk to your manager. I'm not trying to talk to you, bro. So like I believe they're there. Like I and that's why I don't dismiss them. I've had people tell me they've had interfaces and interactions with beings, with their gods or whatever. I don't discount that. I believe that they have.
Yep.
I absolutely believe that they have.
Yep.
I happen to worship Loki, and I don't mean Tom Hiddleston. So you're polytheistic. No, I'm henotheistic. I'm henotheistic. I believe in one less God than you. It doesn't make sense because God isn't God. Yeah, I know. My view is that Japheth's descendants once knew the true God and it got diluted over time. Absolutely. And you can see this in Psalm chapter 82. Like it literally says, Yahweh stands in the council of the gods, in the midst of the gods he holds judgment. And then he's going after them. And then he says, I said you are gods. Like this is what I'm saying. Like I wish people
knew all of that because they wouldn't say these things.
Yeah, they wouldn't. It's such fascinating stuff.
So I think that you should make two. One of them should be the top 5 arguments atheists should never use
again. Just a terrible,
because it's just embarrassing.
Such a
and
bad
then the second thing.
I almost don't want to do it though because a lot of them really think that's a good argument. So like I almost don't want to I love that moment. It's like when they go to Numbers 5 for abortion.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm not a good person.
Listen, if you don't like what we have to say and you don't want to agree with it, don't try to use our text against us. We've had counselors. Try
to use our text, but do the respect of reading the source material. That's why I love when Franz goes up there. I don't know shit about.
Don't do it if you haven't.
I don't know shit about Norse theology. God provides in the design of them, he renders judgment among the gods. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Right. And then he says, verse 6, I have said you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High, but like mortals, you will die. There's a lot of Christians that are really oh my God, are you saying there are other gods? So they're like, oh, this is human judges. This is not talking about actual divine beings.
Yeah, I remember
I'm
that.
sorry, it says, you are gods. You are all sons of
men, right?
But like mortals, you will die.
Right.
That means he's talking about beings that are immortal, supernatural, divine beings, and he's saying, I'm going to kill you just like I kill human beings. So there are gods. There are other gods. They report to Yahweh.
Wow.
They're very powerful. They have authority. They used to have authority over nations. So Norway, I believe, used to belong to Odin, whoever it was. But after Jesus rose from the dead, Norway belongs to him. All authority in heaven and earth has been given to me.
So he's going to gather the nations.
Yeah,
it's an inheritance.
So Scripture says that he put all those other gods to open shame when he triumphed on the cross. So now Norway and every Norwegian belongs to Yahweh, not Odin or whoever. And back in the day, they literally by law used to belong to those beings. So
by law?
Yeah, because when Adam fell, he transferred that to Hasatan. And then as you see in the New Testament where Satan says, I have authority over all these people, Jesus never said you're lying. Satan says, if you'll worship me, I'll give them to you. And Jesus says, how about I go to the cross and fucking take them from you, bitch? And that's exactly what he did. He smacked shit out of him. He didn't say it that way, but you know what I'm saying. Most Norwegians now are secular for sure. I'm talking about who we belong to. My son, if he's mad at me and he moves out, he's still my son. Even if he doesn't recognize me, he's still my son. And that's the state of everybody until they come home, inshallah. But this is a very fascinating look at we were talking about this last night about pagans and how in touch they are with things that Christians and historically Christianity has been behind on. And it's just fascinating to me. It's like so from the paradigm that we're speaking to, there are a pantheon of gods, but there's only one capital G God, and that's who, we worship. But so you always assume, that. But what fascinates me is like, okay, let's say I didn't have a Yahwistic paradigm. How would I look at gods and interfacing with gods? Because our understanding of God is this perfect moral being. But what's interesting is in the Greek mythology, in Roman mythology, in Norwegian religion, I want to say religion because I feel almost like disrespectful because, again, I believe these are real beings. The gods are not morally perfect. Zeus is like, yo! And he goes down there and you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not morally perfect beings. They are beings who have desires and know that they're more powerful than this class of being, and they impose their will on. It's just very, very fascinating. Whereas Christians, like, you automatically assume that if you call something God, it's going to stick to these kind of moral principles. Whereas the pagans are a lot more fluid in their understanding of how the gods operate. It's just really fascinating to me.
That is really crazy when you think about that. Like, if the gods come down to be with women, like, is the woman like, yeah, I want to take part in this, or is it like, you hear those stories of people with those alien abductions and the different stuff like that?
Well,
like,
you have the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
And in the Epic of Gilgamesh, you literally see the dude fighting and saying, "Did one of those things show up to you?" Shout out to my boy 275. If you don't believe in magic, this shit seems kind of silly. I agree. Although I'd say you have to be careful, right? 275, because currently speaking, if you operate from the physicalist paradigm, you believe that life somehow generated from non-living beings. You believe that consciousness somehow got booted up from unconsciousness. That's way more magical than what I believe. So be careful. I understand it's in vogue to say, anything that they classify as religion is magic and science is. I'm sorry, that abiogenesis is magic. You have no principle of life, and then voila!
Yeah.
Here we are! No consciousness, and then voila! Consciousness got booted up somewhere, as Donald Hoffman says. Like, we've got the most brilliant minds right now trying to create sentience in a lab, and they can't do it. Mm-hmm. But somehow, randomly, without any purpose or forethought, sentience came into being from non-sentience. That's magical to me. They call it, the whole qualia situation, the hard problem of consciousness. And it's like Kastrup says, it's like, it's not a problem unless you assume physicalism. If you assume that matter preceded consciousness, then you're going to have a hard problem of consciousness. But if you assume that consciousness preceded matter, then there is no hard problem of consciousness. So I think we got to be a little bit more careful when we're being as dismissive, because there is a lot of faith and a lot of magic in everybody's worldview. I mean, that's just a fact. Which the books we're reading right now, you got all these secularists now abandoning physicalism. Like, I couldn't believe we're listening to that. That was a completely separate discipline from Kastrup. Kastrup is he got 2 doctorates, one in philosophy and one in computer science. He's doctorate in both. So that's where he's coming from. He came to his conclusion about physicalism after he was trying to create AI, and he said, "Wait a second." He said, if I wrote a computer program about the digestive system, would you ever expect the computer to urinate?
Right. No.
It's like he said, what the fuck am I doing? And so he had to abandon physicalism, and then he came up with his analytical idealism, whatever. But my point is, in this day and age, it's not as simple as saying science versus faith. I'm sorry. Like, there is a lot of there is a lot of faith to presuppose a secular worldview, and as it stands right now, a lot of that shit is crumbling. Local realism is gone. Einstein got proven wrong. I mean, we're in the middle of this massive revolution.
Oh, there's a massive shift that's happening. I mean, we're viewing things completely entirely different, and the stuff that that now we recognize that people have made fun of for years to keep our focus off. Now, like, stuff is getting brought to the forefront, and people are looking at things differently. It's an interesting time.
Yeah. The universe is eternal. The universe is infinite. No, it's not. The universe is not eternal. The universe is 13.7 billion years old, right? With the singularity, expansion, redshift, all that jazz. And you can say 275 that you don't know, and that's okay. But if a person has a hypothesis, if you say you don't know, then you can't dismiss another hypothesis as magic. So if you don't know, then how do you know those other people are wrong? And how do you know that they're so wrong that you can just dismiss it as magic if you're saying you don't know? Mm-hmm. Secondly, logically speaking, brothers and sisters, if there was ever nothing, then nothing would all there would be. Okay, like it's really. Remember, I was talking to that guy, and he says, "Well, prove that." And I said, "Very simple. 0 + 0 = 0." He said, "That's a math equation." I said, "Yeah, that's how you prove scientific hypotheses and theories. It's math."
The fact that he said that.
I know, that was the end of the conversation. Shout out to all my atheist friends. I love y'all. I'm just saying, let's operate with a little bit more humility. I like this song. I like the music. I was just really, really intrigued because that God is like the guardian of this bridge, and so like he's kind of like what is this guy's position, Riv, in the pantheon? Like, he's the guard of the gods, so I took that as he had some authority over them, but really that's not the case. It just looks like he's like the security guy. You know when we saw that Andrew Tate thing, and he had the security guards with the guns and shit in his compound or whatever? A lot of good that's doing him. Now, shout out to Andrew Tate.
I'm not sure if I saw that picture.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
the only thing I know about him being in jail is that he said that there's roaches and that he doesn't have access to outside light. I thought to myself, my guy, I feel bad for you, don't have access to the outside light. At the same time, stuff that I heard that was going on with him and those girls and the way that he was defending it.
Hey, Applejack! No,
better repent or
the
get
burden of
used to
proof
it.
is on the person making the truth claims, particularly if the truth claims violate known provable laws of science. It's not 275. You were the one that made the claim. You claimed that belief in God was magical thinking. And so that's a claim. So you can't substantiate that claim, because when I challenged it, you said, well, I don't know. I don't know how we got consciousness from matter. I don't know how we got life from non-life. I don't need to prove that consciousness is fundamental, because we have seen how consciousness can produce haptics. Like, for example, when you dream, nothing, quote, physical is happening, but you do, when you're dreaming, you are experiencing physicality, and all of that is mental. So we have examples of the mind, quote, creating the world around us. We have no examples, though, of physical matter just booting up consciousness. That's nowhere in the universe. It's never been there. But that is an article of faith that one has to hold if one is a physicalist, which I'm assuming you are. So you have the burden of proof to prove to us that physicalism is true. You believe that matter preceded consciousness. What is your evidence of that? That in itself is a claim. So it's not that simple. You know, a lot of atheists believe that they don't have a burden of proof for stuff. Yes, you do, because we exist. Mm-hmm. So if you say I lack belief in God or gods, great. What's the hypothesis for how we got intelligence, consciousness, life, etc., etc.? Shout out to 275. Shout out to the homie.
I'm going to give this one an 8.8.
No, I don't believe that it comes from a supernatural creature. I don't believe that, because I don't believe in the distinction between the natural and the supernatural. All I believe in is reality, penultimate reality, and phenomenological reality. So you don't. No, I'm not claiming any supernatural being. What I'm saying is, all we can see now is that consciousness can produce haptics, meaning the sense of all five senses can be produced by the consciousness, and we know that in dreams. We have 0 examples of matter producing consciousness. Okay? So if I say consciousness is fundamental, that is all we know from science. Scientifically, that's the only thing we can demonstrate. If you say that matter is fundamental, then you have the hard problem of consciousness to contend with, which is impossible to square. That's what I'm saying. So you have the burden of proof, not me. Okay, this is a 9. This is a 9. I love the song. Really strong started. Obviously, we could keep going back and forth, but we have other songs to check on. I'm going to give this a 9. What are you going to give it?
I give it an 8.8.
All right, guys, we are coming right back. We've got more metal on the way. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. We shall return. Turn. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead. I am so fascinated by this religion. River says, he said, Heimdall is not a god I work with, so I'll have to get back. Like, they pick gods to work with, or do the gods pick you? Or do you pick them?
Which was the message?
Where it was Riv. Riv said, I'm not familiar with Heimdall because I don't work with him or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I assumed people picked him because there's so many different gods. Like
yeah, right there. He says Heimdall isn't a god I work with, so I know less about him than I. That's so fascinating. And then you had homegirl say that she Loki's. So do they choose you,
yeah,
or do you choose them? I think that's so fascinating. I will get to you. I'm on some real shit. Okay.
Okay, ready for song number 2?
Song numero dos.
This song is chosen by the big homie Mojo.
Mojo! Oh, Mojo! I think Mojo's in the house, isn't he? I'm pretty sure I saw him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
James
Sorry for interrupting.
McMurty, Choctaw Bingo. James McCartney.
Isn't that a Choctaw? Isn't that a indigenous tribe? Choctaw?
I would never go out there trying to say something like that publicly because you could be very wrong.
Okay.
And then...
What's wrong with being wrong? We're not allowed to be... Oh, that's right. We're not allowed to be wrong anymore.
You can't be wrong on topics like that.
Why?
Because it can come out looking like you're mocking.
Man, I don't care about that shit. People know.
People, Choctaw Bingo.
People know me.
Yeah, but if they clip a short of it, all those people don't know you. James McCartney...
This is the world we're in. Holy shit.
Singer-songwriter from Texas. James' father...
I mean, I think you're right. I just think that's just crazy, the world we're in, man.
Was a successful novelist. Larry, his name was Larry. 2 of his more famous novels that you might recognize are The Last Picture Show and Lonesome Dove. Being the son of a successful writer, it's really not a surprise that James would grow up to become a writer himself. It's not easy to describe his music. It's not quite folk, not quite country, and not quite rock. His songs tend to walk a fine line between many genres. All of his songs tend to be a little different from each other, but one thing they do all have in common is the lyrics always paint a picture. Not always pretty, but vivid. Some of his songs are politically charged, but most of them are just observational commentary on the American experience.
Oh boy.
As he has seen it traveling the country as a professional musician since the 80s. Choctaw Bingo is probably his most popular song, and it's a very orthodox song. It has no chorus, and it's just a series of verses that tell a story of for a family reunion.
Okay, see, my man Dwayne came in, because Dwayne's an indigenous guy. Choctaw are the originals from what is now the Mississippi regions. So, yeah, they were, you know, what do you call it?
Okay.
So I was right. They were the originals.
You're right today.
Yeah.
But 6 months from now, you don't know what the culture is going to say about it.
Yeah, but thank God that I don't care.
The song
I truly don't care. We got 2,000 videos up there, man. If you don't know who we are by now, then I really don't care. We got our crew. We got our little crew.
That's true. Yeah.
They know who we are. We fight like cats and dogs. They know we love them. I know they love us. I don't care about the rest of the world. I truly don't care about the rest of the world, man. I'm good with our crew, for real. Shout out to my village. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Choctaw Bingo.
Am I going to get a chance to finish reading this?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's very hard, huh? This song is centered around Uncle Slayton, but there are several verses about different family members. There are many versions of this song. James tends to take some family member verses out and replace them with verses about other family members. But most of the verses are constant throughout the many versions. This version we're listening to, I think, is the best. It's a live version from a live album released in 2004, live in Oct. 3. This link looks to be a fan-created video, and I believe it to be safe.
Fingers crossed.
Let's go.
All right, so you guys know the deal. We don't do the breakup thing. We don't break it up in the middle of the video. We want you guys to have the full experience. We know other reaction channels do that. Shout out to them. The reason they do that is so that they can keep the AdSense. We don't care about the ad money because we've got this system, so we don't have to worry about that. But sometimes the filthy capitalist record label will still shut us down. Mm-hmm. If you see something that says a stream is suspended, do not check out. Just hang on for 2 minutes. We'll be back. It's a slap on the wrist, okay? All right. Having said that, here we go.
Sometimes they shut down our stream completely.
Sometimes they shut down the stream completely, but we are not afraid. Mostly.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. All right, here we go. Choctaw Bingo. Let's do this shit.
All right. We'll start this next set with a song about the North Texas, Southern Oklahoma crystal methamphetamine industry.
Oh my God.
Strap them kids and give them a little bit of vodka and a cherry coke. We're going to Oklahoma to the family reunion for the first time in years. It's up at Uncle Slayton's 'cause he's getting on in years. You know he no longer travels, but he's still pretty spry. There's not much on talking, he's just too mean to die. And they'll be coming down from Kansas and from West Arkansas. It'll be one great big old party like you never saw.
Reminds me of Yellowstone.
Uncle Slayton's got his Texan pride. Back in the thickets with his Asian bride. He's got an Airstream trailer and a Holstein cow. Still makes whiskey 'cause he still knows how. He plays that Choctaw Bingo every Friday night. You know he had to leave town Texas, but he won't say why. He owns a quarter section up by Lake Eufaula, caught a great big old blue cat on a drifting jug line, sells his hardwood timber to the chipping mill, cooks that crystal meth because the shine don't sell. He cooks that crystal meth because the shine don't sell. You know he likes that money, he don't mind the smell. My cousin Roscoe, Slayton's oldest boy, from his second marriage up in Illinois, raised in East St. Louis by his mama's people, where they do things different. Thought he'd just come on down. He's gone to Dallas, Texas in a semi-truck hauled from that big McDonald's, you know, the one that's built up on that great big old bridge across the Will Rogers Turnpike. Took the big cabin exit, stopped and bought a carton of cigarettes at that Indian smoke shop with the big neon smoke rings in the Cherokee Nation. Hit Muskogee late that night. Somebody ran the stoplight at the Shawnee bypass. Roscoe tried to miss him, but he didn't quite.
Can you clap on rhythm? No, that's not on rhythm. That's not on rhythm. The white man has no rhythm. You're cursed. You're cursed.
Bob and May come up from some little town way down by Lake Texoma, where he coaches football. They were two-way champions now for 2 years of running, but he says they won't be this year. No, they won't be this year. And he stopped off in Tushka at that pop knife and gun place, bought a SKS rifle and a couple full cases of that steel core ammo with the bare damn primers from some East Block nation that no longer needs a man. Desert Eagle, that's one great big old pistol. I mean 50 caliber, made by badass Hebrews, and some surplus tracers for that old B8R of Slayton.
275 in this bitch.
We're gonna have us a time. We're gonna have us a time. Have us a time. Springs, and that's one hell-raising town way up in southeastern Kansas. Got a biker bar next to the lingerie store that's got the Rolling Stones lips up there in bright pink neon, and they right downtown where everyone can see them, and they burn all night, you know they burn all night, you know they burn all night. Cut off britches and them skinny little halters and them second cousins to me. Man, I don't care, I wanna get between them with a great big old heart on like a old bulldog fence post. You can hang a
I knew he was going there.
Sick
bastard.
Till the cows come home and we'll be having us a time. Having us a time.
here. This is a curse that Allah put on you. Your people are so wicked. That's what Farrakhan said. That's why y'all can't dance.
Uncle Slayton's got his Texan pride. Back in the thickets with his Asian bride. He's cut that corner pasture into acre lots. He sells them owner financed. Strictly to them, it's got no kind of credit, cause it knows they're slackers and they'll miss that payment. Then he takes it back. He plays that Choctaw bingo every Friday night. He drinks his Johnny Walker at that Club 69. We're gonna strap them kids and give them a little bit of Benadryl and a cherry coke. We're going to Oklahoma, gonna have us a time.
I mean,
have us a time.
I mean, I'm not against that. A little bit of Benadryl, is that gonna kill him?
Yeah, that's.
There isn't children's Benadryl?
Yeah, that.
There isn't children's Benadryl? I don't know. I don't know if they're listening. Okay, so we're in the midst of a debate here. Shout out to the big homie Chris McDaniel. Well, wait a second here. This is wrong to give the kids some Benadryl to get them to shut up in the back of the car. This is
Yeah, they actually
like a long road trip. Like
they actually bring it up. I'm not sure why, but they've brought it up multiple times when I bring kids for their appointments over the years.
What have they brought up?
They make sure that you understand you're not supposed to put anything. You're not supposed to give them anything. Don't give them any Benadryl. Don't give them any. And
Ever?
They specifically
they're never supposed to have Benadryl?
No. They specifically talk about giving kids Benadryl when you want them to sleep.
Well, I think if like you make a giant like habit of it, like a nightly ritual, yeah. But if you're going like on a 3-day road trip, that's bad. They'll die. Like, what will happen?
That's a horrible idea, and I would never participate in such a thing.
All right.
Neither would you, for that matter.
Okay, I would never participate in such a thing. Okay.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
They do have motion sickness pills that they probably
Dramamine?
Well, I don't know. No, Dramamine maybe. Like, so if it's for motion sickness and you're going on a long trip.
I had horrible
that's
motion
one thing,
sickness.
I think. I don't know.
I had horrible motion sickness as a kid driving. I used to dread it. It literally gave me anxiety.
I used to get pretty sick too, but not like you, and not like Orion.
Ah, poor Orion. Yeah.
Ever since he was like an infant, he gets sick.
We're
right.
going to go on a road trip pretty soon here, inshallah. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Allah. Thank you, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a version of the song where James replaces vodka and Benadryl with Vicodin. Yikes. I got you, Chris. No doubt. We will definitely pray for you. I prayed for one of my friends a couple days ago. The last time we were on the show. And the prayer got answered. So,
yeah, thank you,
and then I had somebody else pray for me, and their prayer got answered today in a very real way. So, hey, it works. Feel how you want to feel about it, dear listener. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you don't necessarily have to be on the team for Jesus to answer either. So there's that, because he loves everybody. All right.
That's true. All right. I thought this was a really interesting way of doing a song because, like you said, there's no chorus. And some of it does rhyme, but it didn't even seem like it was necessarily a story. Did you get a story? It seemed like it was just a bunch of random, this is life.
Yeah, it just looks like life in, shout out to Rakuthi. It just looks like life in Texas, you know. Like, I was...
yeah, it could be. I could see people doing that in Texas.
It's just all the shit that happens in Texas. But, like, we're watching this show, Yellowstone, and it really gave me an appreciation for that culture, man. Like, the cowboy culture and the the Texan, the hat and the straw in the mouth and all that, and the like, I had so many perceptions and preconceived notions about what people like that were. Now, obviously, Yellowstone is a show, so it's ridiculous for me to say I had so many preconceived notions, and then I watched this Hollywood produced thing, and now but like, the show is cool because they go through these extended, like, nonverbal sequences where you're just watching them do the thing, and it's nonverbal. They're not talking, but everybody knows what to do.
I usually hate nonverbal, but I love it.
And there's some country music in the back, and I'm like, you could tell that the people who write this show and direct it, and the cinematographer, you could tell that they love that culture. They love those people, and they're like, this is why we love it. And you cannot watch that show and not love those people and not appreciate what they've meant for our country. It's gonna get a little bit, whatever, but like, it's America, man. It's just something uniquely American about that culture. I was listening. Somebody was like, he said something about Americans don't have a culture, white people don't have a culture, or something like that. He was a white dude. It was a Dev Gru guy. I was talking to Sean, and I was like, yeah, but the closest I could come is that, and it's fucking beautiful. I love the hard work. The work ethic is crazy. I love the respect between men and women that they have. I love the way the older men and the younger men interact with each other. Like the understanding of the authority and the respect. And it's not like, like it was funny because I was in court today and the judge said something to me. And I said, yeah. And then Yellowstone popped in my head. It's like, what the fuck, man? You just sit in a court and say yeah to this fucking judge. And the judge was cool. She was, and I stood up and I said, sorry, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And I said, yes, ma'am. And it felt good to be like, yo, like, have that
respect for the position.
Not just that's a woman. That's a lady. So you, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Like, give them that. I love the way that honor that's there. And we lost that, man. Like, in this country, like, we've lost it. We don't have any respect for people that are. I just love the fact, they tip their hats to each other. A lady shows up, they take their. I just love that I fell in love with that whole culture watching that show. And
yeah, if they land at the dinner table and the guy has his hat on and they take it off, sorry, man. Hat.
Yeah, and like there's so much honor to the woman in that in that culture. So yeah, she was a judge, and I wanted to respect that too. But beyond that, I wanted to have the opportunity because I wasn't raised like that. I was raised like, fuck everybody, New York City, blah, we're black, we don't like white people. You know what I'm saying? It's like yeah, okay, like there's a place for that, so that you don't get taken advantage of or whatever. But what this song and then like the country, like the country music side of it, like I don't like country at all, but it's like, okay, now I'm looking at these lyrics, I'm looking at this, and these people are proud of their fucking heritage and they got a little bit of attitude now. There's some gangster, like that girl, the girl that's the singer, she's a little bit of a gangster. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, shout out to Yellowstone, shout out to white people. It's like one of 10 times in the thousands of videos you'll ever see me say something like that.
I don't even know what to do right now.
But I love it, man. I love that culture, dude. That culture is beautiful. Shout out to Maria. I've lived nearly my entire life in the rural South, and I would never trade it for anything. Country folk are my favorite people, hands down. They're my favorite group of people for sure. Like that Southern, like. It was just beautiful. And there was something really... When I stood up and said, yes, ma'am, to her...
I've never spent any significant time in the South, so I don't really...
When I was in Texas, I didn't get to spend any time with, like, Texans.
Right.
So...
Yeah.
It was all,
But you lived in the South. You lived in Florida for a while growing up.
I lived in Florida, but Texas is different.
Yeah, I bet.
Like, Texans... Texans are like their own country. Like, literally, like... You have to be there. Like even groups that are like, you go through the same training, people go through the same selection, but like you run into people from Texas, it's different. It's like, it's not different. Like that guy went through the same, like, yeah, it took me 3 months to integrate, and I was more important than them as far as like things that, you know, whatever, and jobs or whatever. But it's like you came, because I had done a year in Lexington. So like, what you doing, man? What's there to do in Lexington? You're looking at, you know, you're spying on, you know, college kids. Get out of here. Like, you know, I'm like, motherfucker, there's a lot of shit that, you know, but anyway, but my point is Texans, like, that's their, like, it's a separate country, man. it's a completely separate country to them. Like, people talk about secession, all that shit. Like, they're already seceded in their minds. Like, they're like completely different.
Yeah. You know, the more I heard of
white people in
any
the building,
Texans anywhere and anything about Texas, I slowly began to realize that is like a cult, and all of us are out. The only people that are in are them. That's it. I've wondered if you moved there, if they would accept you in, or if because you weren't there, you know, like, they're always like, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just like, big hat, no cattle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I'm listening to this song, but like it's all these, like, they're kind of like random. You'd love my fiance, Vin. This goth girl went and found herself a cowboy. Hell yeah. Look, Lexington be popping. Yeah, Lexington is absolutely popping. And listen, I'll say this: the University of Kentucky. If I had designs on America, yeah, you're gonna send them to Harvard, Yale, Princeton. But the University of Kentucky is a really good place to send people in if you wanted to do things in America. If you had, you know, not so friendly, you know what I'm saying? It's smart because their tech program is insane, but it's not like big on the map, so it's like perfect, right? So anyway,
Makes sense.
So lyrically, this song, I mean, it's just pretty much Americana, right? It's like, you know, he stopped off at Tulsa, popped the knife at the gun place. You got to escape. So this is all the Second Amendment shit. He's got a Desert Eagle. I found the first time I found out about a Desert Eagle, I heard about it in hip hop. Oh, my Desi, blah 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 blah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, coke in the Desi, hit him with the pelly, blah 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 blah. I was like, oh yeah, Desert Eagle. Blah, blah. My friend was like, you know what a Desert Eagle is? I was like, yeah, nigga. He's like, what is it? I had no idea. He's like, come over here, and then he showed me what a Desert Eagle. It's a weapon. It's a very powerful weapon. But yeah, that was the first time, and then my cousin was the first one that showed me what a Tech 9 was. And he says it's a hell of a pistol. He says.
It's a pistol.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it was the biggest pistol I'd ever held in my life at the time. I was like 13, 14 years old. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Bronx. See what I'm saying? So we're all sitting there rapping about Desert Eagles, and Mario was like, you even know what a Desert Eagle is? I was like, yeah, nigga, I know what a Desert Eagle is. What's wrong with you? Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, God.
He was like, yeah, all right, let's see it.
I'll tell you, I'm so glad you didn't decide to raise Johan in New York. I would not want him in a situation like that. Where a gun is available.
Oh, yeah, look.
Or raise a...
I can't... Listen. The
Some people are just prone to make mistakes.
I cannot tell you.
That's so scary, seeing this gun and knowing that you were holding something like this at 14 or 15.
What do you mean?
I understand, but the culture thing, like...
That's what they say, your heart didn't jam on you, your gun jammed on you. But that's because a lot of these guys will listen to these rappers like, oh, I got to cop me a Desert Eagle, blah, blah, blah. It's not as reliable as like a Glock or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, they always... Ugh. But I'm glad. Honestly... I'll probably talk to you offline, but I'm probably still here because of the popularity of the Desert Eagles.
Wow, that's crazy.
Shout out to Biggie Smalls for the assist.
Wow.
Oklahoma will always be above Texas. Yeah, I really like this song, man, because it's like, if you want to know, like, he talks about the drugs, he talks about the moonshine and the meth, which is kind of interesting because, you know, during Prohibition, you had like the moonshine thing, like business took off. And there is sort of analogy between moonshine and methamphetamine in the sense that it's illicit, that you're doing it like outside of the law. But there's an obvious difference between meth and moonshine. But our country at the time, basically, during Prohibition, like there was no alcohol, and so it was like there's a lot of mafia shit happened, all that. So like he's just talking about all these different, and then he's talking about like having sex with his second cousins. And as soon as he talked about his cousins, I was like, oh no, because I had the stereotype in my head. So I was like telling myself like, yo, bro, don't like be so demonstrative because it's such a terrible stereotype. And then the next line is like, man, I don't care if we're related. I'm going to knock out these two. He said he wanted to get between them is what he said.
I thought he meant he wanted to sit between them with a heart. I didn't realize he wanted to.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the lyrics and I will let the listener decide, okay?
I just thought and I even had a problem with him doing that.
He says, Ruth Ann and Lynn, they wear them cut off breeches and those skinny little halters, and they're second cousins to me. Man, I don't care. I want to get between them. With a great big old heart on like an old boy did a fence post. I don't know what that is. But yeah, he didn't care. Choctaw Bingo by James W. Tell the truth, we was using Uzis before. I wasn't using.
Till the cows come home.
I wasn't using Uzis or anything like that. Like Applejack was a real life gangster. I was just afraid. So I was, I had shit on me, but it was because I was afraid. These guys were like actual like gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Okay,
well,
this song's getting a 9.7 for me.
Yeah. You had said like a minute ago something about like them doing a comparison where from like the lesser to the greater. What was it?
Say again.
You were saying something about them like comparing two things and one was much worse than the other.
Meth versus moonshine.
Right. And then did you notice over here when it says strap them kids in, give them a little vodka, and then at the end it's saying give them some Benadryl. Obviously, if you're going to give a kid Benadryl, that's a lot worse than vodka. But maybe I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel a little uncomfortable that they put that in. So
Bodark is a kind of wood supposedly the hardest wood found in the U.S. Well, there he goes.
Ew.
So his cousins. That's why I was like, yo, don't do it, Vinny, don't do it. That's what I thought. I was like, don't do it. You're going into a stereotype. I don't know how real that stereotype is, man. I don't know how real that stereotype is. What do you? This is such a terrible conversation, but we're gonna end this here. What's kosher to you? Third cousin?
Oh my god!
I feel
honestly,
like the population is so small in this state that I feel like we know people who are second cousins.
I know.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
And they're like perfect for each other.
Yeah, I think that.
And they're.
If somebody said, "Hey, here's Vinny. This is your third cousin," well. Honestly, though, if it was you, I'd be like, "There's enough separation." Clearly.
Yeah.
But let's say that I was brown like you, and they told me that you were my third cousin in the introduction. Then it's not going to go somewhere from there. But like, if I met you and we were spending weeks together and music and all these different things, and then we ended up finding out that you were my third cousin, I think I'd roll the dice.
I mean.
Like a third cousin is pretty far removed.
I mean, relationship-wise, there's certain moments when you've hit an event horizon to where things become irreversible. You know what I'm saying? So, and especially knowing you, that line would have been crossed pretty quickly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So,
anyway, what did you give the song?
Yeah, see, Applejack is like me. Third cousin's still too close to me.
I agree.
Fourth cousin.
That's why I said if you come up to me,
fourth cousin, I'm like, man, that's y'all
if you're like,
friends.
you guys are third cousins, no, nothing's gonna come of it. But if I've already spent time around you and we're already like building something and blah 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 blah, and then I find out third cousins, I'm gonna justify that shit because I want to be with you. But if it was but that it's so unreal.
Jesus, that's so terrible. Yeah, that guy was on Soft White Underbelly. I couldn't even watch the show. I couldn't even watch it. All right. I love this song, man. I love this song. This is my white people song. I'm going to put this on my thing. The next time
Babe, if you want to listen to white people music, you should just sit down and listen to country music with me.
No. The next time, like, one of them kills us something on camera, I'm gonna fucking listen to this thing. Like, all right, chill out, bro. Chill out.
Yeah, you'll be all calm, then you'll be like, wait, you were trying to... you're cut. I'm mad again.
9.8. What do you give it?
I'll give it a 8.9.
All right, we are returning, dear listener, on the other side of the commercial.
Okay, as you guys know, we're gonna do the March Madness when you.
I want to do the March Madness during the.
You can do whatever you want. We're
during
gonna do
the Black Sabbath thing, so that it'll get the most.
It'll get the most
bang for its buck.
Good idea.
Yeah,
we'll be right back.
Then out.
Sorry, out.
Go. You need a white people playlist.
I have a whole white list. I have a whole list for you.
I don't like the shit that you listen to though. It doesn't even seem like real country to me. Like the country that you hear on Yellowstone is different from the country that you listen to. The country you listen to is like
pop
like
country.
Radio shit.
Pop country, yeah.
Like I want to feel like I'm in the fucking barn with Rip and them. Shout out to my man Rip.
Mm-hmm.
Gang shit. All right, we shall return. Turn. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Instead of reading.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch!
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener.
All right, you guys. Read this name, babe.
Ishan.
In the Vaults. This song is for SGS.
Isn't that the guy that, wasn't he an emperor? Isn't that the lead singer of Emperor? I don't know. Somebody help me out. Go ahead.
This is for the big homie SGS 1118. And he says, you know what, babe? You read this, please.
Ha!
I don't
yes, it's the lead of Emperor. I was right. Finally. Hear me, Emperor. Hear me. The guy looks exactly like...
Cassia. That's a fun one.
He looks exactly like Jonathan Davis. It's ridiculous. Okay, what do you want?
Read this. It's just
Vegard Sverdvetian. Is that a Vegard Sverdvetian is Ishan. He is part of the legendary and influential black metal band Emperor.
That's what you just I guess you should have waited, babe. You would have seen your answer.
This is his solo project, and this song is off of his album Arctis. Okay, there you go. Shout out to Ray Mendez. What's good, big homie? Okay.
All right.
You ready?
He's saying he needs help. Hold on.
That means he pooped, right? Isn't that what happens? He poops and yeah. This is what Orion does. He's like,
no, it's not Orion. It's Reza saying he needs help. Yeah, and so I'm always afraid he's stuck.
Open the door. Hold on, guys. We have to deal with this child.
Open it.
This is the only time I feel like the overpopulation thing is like somewhat valid. Can you just...
I'm not sure where that attitude came from. How have we been muting the whole time?
No. I didn't want the people to hear that last one. Because people always like, this is what you did, blah, 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 blah. People think, I'm like, you have no idea. Shut up. All right. Here we go.
All right, let's do this.
Hey, Sayla, can you do your job and get this crying away from us, please? All right.
We'll start the song. It should be good by then.
Here we go. Is Sean in the vaults? Hold on. Let me turn off that background sound real quick. I cannot do this.
Yeah, but once the song's playing...
No. Open the door, please. Por favor. Sorry, guys. Sorry. These people pay good money for this. We can't have fucking kids. We got to be professional. This is not right.
Right.
Who is that?
No.
Orion kicked Reza. Did Reza spit on him? Reza's got this thing of where he spits on people now.
happened?
So every time he spits on him, Orion two pieces. Hey, come here, you.
Why did... Here, go see Daddy.
It's not necessarily a bad view. Hey, come here, you.
Why did you kick him?
Why did Orion kick you? He did? Why did he do that? Did you spit on him?
No.
He didn't? Okay. Come here. I will deal with him, I promise. Okay? Right now, I need you to not yell because we're working. Okay? You want to say hi to the people? Say hi, people.
Hi, people.
Say, I love you, people.
I love you, people.
Look, they're in there. All of them are in there. Go like this so they can see you. Okay. You smell very terribly. Okay, go see your sister. Okay, give me a kiss. Go see your... Do you want to give me a kiss?
No.
Okay, then
What
you don't
about
have...
me?
You don't have to give me a kiss then.
Have a kiss?
No.
Okay.
Bye now.
I love you.
Apparently.
Hey, put your eyes on my eyes. I need you to be quiet, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be quiet. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
That's hopeless.
Apparently he wanted water, and Orion didn't want to share it with him because Orion said, I can't share it with you. My tongue is itchy.
Hey, please keep them quiet. Okay. Well, I'll get you a bonus at the end of the week. Send a $10 thing to Mom. She'll approve it. Okay. Now keep these people away from our friends, huh? Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Shout out to Sydney Eubanks.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's badass. Okay, Ishan in the vaults. Let's do it. Yes! Yes! Hey, get me the lyrics. Get me the lyrics.
They're here. Oh, yeah.
Into a void of despair.
This is a deep song.
Yep. Yep, it
This
is.
Who selected this song?
This one was SGS 111. One?
First of all,
2 new ones.
we did that song
It's supposed to be 3
I
ones.
think 4 years ago. I
What
think it's
song?
I Am the Black Wizard or I Am the
Oh,
Dark Wizard or whatever.
yeah.
That was,
The Black Wizard one.
That
I
was
forgot
like,
about
yeah.
that,
That's when people were like, because I had called Cradle of Filth black metal. They're like, Cradle of Filth is actually
Yeah.
Cradle of Filth isn't
And
black
so
metal.
was Birth the Actual.
I was like, okay, show me what black metal is then. And then that's when we got on the. We had an entire. It was Emperor. Then we did. Was it Freezing Moon? All the racist Varg fans are like, you monkey! We wouldn't expect you to understand the genius of Varg.
Unbelievable.
I tried to listen to that song so many times. Like, I was thinking maybe it's gonna have a painkiller effect. No, that
Never
shit is
did.
still trash. Nigga.
Never
I'm
came
sorry.
through.
That shit is garbage. Shout out to Varg though. Shout out to Varg. Hey, they should have never shut down your channel, Varg. I'm with you, boy. It's all good. You stay over there in your mountain and shit, milking goats and shit. Shout out to Varg. All
Those
right.
chalices. Remember the chalices that were in the video?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
This song though is
It's someone who spent some time on a narcissist.
random person. Yeah. To a degree, I wanted to be, especially the way the song started, especially after we just got done that country song or folk whatever. I felt like we were gonna come in and there was gonna be some assault with the guitars.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I don't. I adjusted it a little bit, but I agree with you. It's definitely gonna impact the score to a degree, unfortunately. I think. Okay. So what did you take from the song?
I think that the person was singing about spending time around a narcissist and how the effect that it had on them. And basically, there was one point where it sounds like he was telling him, why don't you just, why wrestle all this guilt when you could pick a fight with death? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that was kind of... Did you get something different?
Well,
And that's the overarching.
What I got, especially from the last line, is that he's at war with himself. The last line says,
Oh my
something
gosh.
like, it doesn't have to be you.
It doesn't always have to be yourself.
Yeah, now choose a worthy enemy. It doesn't, so it's
wow.
It's a
Okay.
self.
I missed that line.
He's at war with himself because he's lost
Yep.
belief. Bleeding slowly, the victim of a narcissistic blow.
Yep.
So once I saw that line, something popped into my head and I'm like, I don't know if I want to say that because there's no way to say that without people getting personally offended instead of looking at it like just a logical syllogism.
Okay.
But there is a sort of almost necessary solipsism if you're a complete atheist. Like there's some people that say, I'm an agnostic atheist, I lack a belief in God or gods. But let's say there's no God, right? And so there you are, a narcissist, and everybody's a narcissist today, that's very popular to whatever. But let's just go with the most basic term of narcissism. And it's the idea that you're the most important thing. And I'm not sure how, if the sky is truly empty and you're just a cosmic accident and you're only going to be here for a short period of time and then you're going to go back into the nothingness, then on what basis could you be anything other than a narcissist? So when you have these moral discussions and people say things like, I'm going to do what's best for me, and I'm going to make the best decision for me, or this is my body. There's a sense, and there's a sense in the Western world, we've lost our moorings, and so it's all, the only thing left is the self. And especially in the Western world, with secular quote democracies, which I think is an oxymoron. I'm not sure that I believe that democracy can even function in the real world. So I a Christian democracy, I'd also say is probably an oxymoron too. But if you look at the way that we're advertised to and things like that, you deserve this, you should have this. I mean, we do it. You know, I'm on Gab. We're advertising our formula, our baby formula, and Gab. There's a lot of right wing whatever, and so I said American babies deserve, you know, and so like you get things like not patriotism, but the nationalism, which is just collective narcissism. Like nationalism is just a collection of narcissists coming together and agreeing that their collective is superior to the other. So it's like same thing with racism, pretty much any ism. And so it's like there's a lot of complaining about about narcissism in our current seats in Laban, but there's no real explication as to why narcissism is bad from a secular perspective. Now, if you're a secular humanist, you're going to say, well, there are times where if a person is so narcissistic, they can negatively affect the other humans around them. And so, as such, you shouldn't be a narcissist. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but there are also good things that people do that negatively affect the people around them, according to those people. Yeah. One example would be if you're a heroin addict and we, call the cops on you and make them put you in a detox, that heroin addict is not experiencing you as doing something good. Mm-hmm. So the question is like, what makes narcissism bad? Well, one of the things that obviously here what preceded his narcissism in this thing was his falling into a void of disbelief. Screaming into a void of disbelief. Yeah. Bleeding slowly, the victim of a narcissistic blow. That's a fascinating... I wish... When we started the channel, we're essentially in the midst of people that are coming from a complete opposite side of where we are spiritually. Mm-hmm. And so anytime you poke your head out as a Christian in this community, you get peppered with all these challenges to your belief system, which obviously I love. But what I don't see a lot is that same kind of interrogation of the opposite side. Yeah. So it's like, why is narcissism bad? Truly, why is it bad? Is there an objective? Is there an objective standard by which you say that narcissism is bad? And what does unbelief? How does unbelief relate to narcissism? To me, it's really simple. I have somebody above me, mm-hmm. and there's somebody, and there is somebody that is worth more than even my collective. So that'd be my collective race, my collective country, whatever. So if I were to combine every single human being on the planet, I still believe there's a being that's more valuable and has more authority than all of us put together. Right. Okay, and what that does is that evens everybody else under that person out. So now I say, okay, everybody's equal because none of us compare to this guy. Mm-hmm. And so because this guy starts saying, hey, your default is going to be narcissism. But what's fascinating is God does not say, stop being like that. What he does is he kind of says, let's work with it. So he says, love your neighbor. Like you love yourself. As yourself, you fucking narcissist. And that's just brilliant to me. Because it's like, he doesn't say stop loving yourself, which is funny because a lot of Christians... I knew a Christian guy that hated the concept of self-esteem. He hated the concept of like self-love, all that stuff, because he was so spiritual. He'd say, you know, stop loving yourself and think blah, 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 blah. It's like, God doesn't do that. He just says, love your neighbor like you love yourself, you narcissist. Mm-hmm. And in that way, you can redeem your narcissism and then you can eliminate it. There's nothing wrong with self-love. So long as that self-love can overflow and spill onto other people.
Exactly, yeah.
Right? It's just brilliant to me. And so it's like...
It's that concept of putting the mask on first, so then you can help other people. Like,
you
treat yourself like complete garbage. Like he says in the song, like he was spending all of his time with this narcissist himself. You know, the victim of a narcissist blow and how it affected him. Like, you can't treat yourself like that all the time without it having a really deleterious effect on you as a person.
Dethroner said something really fascinating. It can be in religion too. If you're doing everything to enter paradise for your own self, that is also true. But again, this is I'll say it this way. I think Christians have done a very bad job about explaining things. I don't do I do good
I
things.
agree.
I do good things. We've done charitable things, and we're going to do the March Madness. There's a lot of charitable things that we take part in. I don't do any of those things to enter paradise. Jesus took he lived a perfect life, and he paid my debt on the cross. And when I believed in him, all of my sin got transferred to Jesus on the cross, and all the goodness of Jesus got transferred to me, so that when I stand before God, I am literally going to be perfect. The scripture says, by one sacrifice, he has perfected forever those who are being made holy. So I could never do a good thing again for the rest of my life and coast into paradise. That's not why I do it.
Right.
The scripture says why we do it. The love of Christ compels us. Because we are convinced that one died for all, therefore all died, so that those who live should no longer live for themselves, but for him who loved them and died for them. That's why I do what I do when I'm good. When I'm bad, it's because I'm a narcissist. Okay? So I'm not doing any good thing to enter paradise. I'm doing it because, like, for example, we're working on a song, and I'm like Michael Jackson I'm a fucking terror in the studio, right? And I'm working, and Sori's missing a cue. She's missing a cue. I'm like, oh my God, we've been over this a million times. And then Yahweh shows up and says, man, you better be quiet. How many times have I been patient with you on real shit, dude? I'm like, yeah. He's like, this is a song. There's nothing in the Bible that says she needs to memorize a song, but there's a lot of shit in the Bible that says da 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 da, and you fuck up on that all the time. So how about you be nice to her? And I'm just sitting there playing. I'm like, yo. And I just thought about, like, my childishness. like we have So this is where I'm at right now as far as the entire reason of why all of us are here. So I believe that there is a Trinity, a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and they're in love with each other. They've been in love with each other since trillions and quadrillions of eons ago. And they're perfect beings, and they love each other. I believe one day the Father looked at the Son and said, you know what? I love you so much that even if you sinned, I'd still love you. Well, how is that possible? Because he's a perfect being. He'll never sin. So what God does is he creates us with the capacity for imperfection in the image of his Son, so that he can love us unconditionally and say, see, I told you I would love you even. And so in the New Testament, you have Jesus saying that we're loved by the Father as much as the Father loves the Son. If that's true, I had this discussion with Dorian because he we talk about relationships, and we went through a divorce, and so he's terrified of being hurt in relationships, and he wants to curate his future wife so that there'll be no imperfections. And I said, no, imperfections are the entire point. It's the point. It's not something to be avoided. It's something where, can you find one person to actually truly love unconditionally? Right? Can you? And to me, I think that's it. People say, the whole point is love. I do believe it's love, but it's unconditional love. It's unconditional. And the only way unconditional love can be demonstrated is if the person is imperfect. You cannot demonstrate unconditional love if the person will never violate any of the conditions. And so my entire process of life has been that. That's what's happened. And it's like it says, we love him because he first loved us. So when I'm playing guitar and you miss your cue and I'm mad, God doesn't show up and say, if you don't forgive her, you're going to hell. That's not what he does. So, or if you don't forgive her, you're not going to paradise. Or if you're not patient with her, you're not going to paradise. No, that's not what he said was, I'm patient with you with worse shit. So if I'm supposed to love, I don't love because God told me to. The scripture says we love God because what? He first loved us. So that's the exit ramp off of narcissism. Is I've got a God who should be completely narcissistic, but is impossibly because he's a Trinity. So even God cannot be mind-boggling.
That's crazy.
We've got the only religion where God is not self-centered. Yeah. Because if you have a monist God that he's just there by himself, then he's by necessity self-centered. Our God has eternally been other-centered. And that's why narcissism is bad. Narcissism is bad because it undoes the fundamental fabric of ultimate reality. Okay? Ultimate reality are persons who are focused on each other, not themselves. Okay? So narcissism is bad because it denies ultimate reality. Okay? So we have a logical and ontological and objective kind of launching point for being against narcissism. The reason that our friends and secularists or whatever hate narcissism is because they just don't like the effects of other people's narcissism on them, which is
valid.
But you're not underneath the roots of why that's the problem. So he's falling into this, and then look, life can be so unforgiving. Yes. You will be an unforgiving person if you're a narcissist.
That's 100% true, yeah.
And I'm not even sure if it's karma or if it's just you become the victim of your own narrative. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I do,
Because you are an exacting, vengeful person, you think that when life throws you something, it's some sort of vengeance because that's how you are. You're projecting your unforgiving heart onto ultimate reality. So I just, it was just such a deep song to me. About this. Longing for the hopeless, losing all to own the end. Maybe you will find the courage to trust yourself again. Why wrestle with all this guilt when you can pick a fight with death? See, those are the choices that you have. You know, like it doesn't confuse me. It's just fascinating when I hear people say, you know, Christianity is a religion that, you know, it just thrives on guilt. Like, who's the least guilt-ridden person you know? It's like, who's done the worst things you know? Okay, so like, but what's fascinating to me is like, you don't need to be a Christian. Everybody struggles with guilt unless you're a fucking psychopath or a sociopath.
Right.
So it's like, can we be real? Like, everybody has guilt. And everybody has some sort of ritual that they do to absolve themselves of guilt, whether that's getting drunk, listening to music, trying to do a good deed to offset the bad deed, whatever it is, all of us. But the problem is we keep doing more things that gin up the guilt scale. So he's saying, why are you wrestling with all this guilt when you can pick a fight with death? Just end it all. And there's a lot of people that have just fucking left this planet, man, because they can't deal with it. You got a lot of dudes that like went to the brink of death over there in Iraq and Afghanistan, then they come home and blow themselves away. And a lot of that is survivor's guilt. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. When I watch that stuff, sometimes I wonder if it's like some of these guys that were out there. It sounds to me like they were out there. They wanted to die. Or they were okay with dying, or they want, you know what I mean? So they're out there doing it, and then they didn't. Maybe they tried all kinds of craziness that the other guys were like, "Holy shit, you're out of control."
Yeah.
And you know, maybe that energy worked for them in the situation, and maybe it saved their lives. But then at the end of the day, if they didn't want to keep living, and they thought that being a soldier was going to take them out, and then they come home, then you know maybe that has something to do with it too. It's that you thought you were going to be able to be done with all of this, but you're not.
That's what I'm saying. Look at 275, you know, Rangerback guy. Like these guys, you know, I'll say this about the Rangers. People, all Rangers are a dime a dozen. You get in like all these different debates. I had a guy say, he said, listen, there's been a lot of times when Rangers had to be deployed to go rescue the SEALs. We never asked them for help. Rangers are, they're, if you just take a fighting force, like I would put them up against some of some of those Roman detachments, like Legendary. Like obviously there are sexier outfits and things like that, but as far as it's just soldiering, like ruck, weapon, we're going here. I think they're the best. But again, these guys, they do it. They go through all this difficulty. You know, they go through indoc, whatever. Then they go overseas, go to the edge of death, blah, but then they come home and blow themselves away. Why? A lot of it is survivor's guilt. A lot of it is, hey man, I don't know how to. I talked to a friend a couple weeks ago. Dude came around the corner. He's like, it was him or me, and he still thinks about it to this day. And there are people very close to him that he's never had that conversation with. So I was listening to, another guy. He's like, those spirits don't leave you, he said. So it's just when people say things like, oh, you're just doing that because you're guilty, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I got a guilt. Yeah, I have a guilty conscience. So do you. So does Ishan. But look what he does. This is so fascinating to me. Why wrestle with all this guilt when you could just pick a fight with death? He knows that the only way to ultimately overcome guilt is death. And that's what we've said. That's what we're saying. What we're saying is, it's a repeat story with not Hamlet, but what's that Shakespeare? Macbeth. Where, Duncan's wife, like she's just washing her hands. Yeah, washing her hands all the time. Walking at night was one of the most terrifying moments in the history of plays, where Lady Macbeth is like at night talking to herself, washing her hands, all types of shit, and she ends up dying.
I literally have goosebumps.
She ends up dying, and so does he. What's the message? All of us know intuitively that the only true solution for guilt is death. And so when you have this, that's why you have this powerful image of a person who dies named Jesus. But it doesn't end there, because he rises from the dead. And there's this idea, you can have a new life. And we can start over. We can have a tabula rasa, but it's better than a tabula rasa. It's not that the slate is wiped clean. It's that the slate is destroyed and there's a new slate. You have a completely new slate. Because even if you had the slate wiped clean, there's still the chalk. There's the remnants of the chalk. And God's like, no, let's just fucking put that fucking slate into the ground. And I'll rise up a new slate. And that slate will never... It's got the chalk won't even be able to write anything on it. You'll be perfect. And that's how I reconcile this perfect being with the imperfections that are legion in my life, to where you can't even for a good 2 hours love unconditionally the person that you love the most in the world. Like, that's how fucked up we are as people. Oh, really? She missed a song, and oh, it hurt my feeling, whatever. But yeah, the song was just very, very fascinating to me. I'm looking at all that torture, and it seemed to me that the root of his torture was his unbelief. You get all these modern people, and like, we're so smart, we don't need God, you don't need God, you don't need any of that fairy tale shit. We're modern people, okay? You guys don't need it. I need it every minute, literally. I need that every minute. I need Jesus every minute. You guys are strong people. I'm not. I've done a lot of bad shit. And I go off the reservation really easily. A lot of you guys are very well put together people. You don't need anything, man. I'm not like you guys. Apparently, neither is Ishan, though. Rest in peace to Joe Kapaseski. I'm not pronouncing your name properly, but rest in peace to him. And literally, peace, man.
Yeah.
That's the thing. This song's a 9.7 for me.
Yeah, I match it. 9.8. 9.8 for me.
And shout out to Big Bro, Jesus of Nazareth, man. What you did, dude. I love you forever. Okay, we shall return, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. What's the guy's name? Ishan was his name? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Somebody put that phonetically in the thingy for me. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the... What's the name of this group again?
Oh, it's the... I was going to say the Unquenchable Flames. But I believe it's not called that. It's called the Imperishable Flames.
The Imperishable Flames. As you can see, this is a stream thingamajiggy right here. Okay.
Okay. Up next is a song by, well, actually, it's a band named Possessor.
Possessor.
The name of the song is Afterburner.
Afterburner.
And Middle Earth is the one that... Oh... Yeah, this one was a replacement for this one.
Okay.
From the album Dead by Dawn. Wanted to do a song from this album for a long time. Here's a snippet from a review of Dead by Dawn, which sums it up. These guys do not fuck around with meandering intros or acoustic beginnings. Plug in, turn it up, fuzzbox is set to kill. Hey yo, let's fucking go. This unstoppable stuff on display. The Dom charts. All right, and then here's the lyrics. Wow.
What?
There's just so many lyrics. It's just funny because some like the last one that had no chorus, it was like you were scrolling forever with the lyrics, and this one has very small lyrics. Let's check this out. Let's see what this is all about. All right, Afterburner.
Here we my husband fought them off. Hold on, Michelle has something. Repost it, Michelle, and we'll be able to read it after the review, inshallah.
All right, Possessor, Afterburner. Let's go.
Let's go, Afterburner. Let's do it. Holy shit, doesn't feel good. It's scary as hell. Yes! Yes! Right. Thank you! Hear me! Oh, I like that vocal. I like that effect. pure
All right.
pure energy. I loved it. Lyrically, a little bit thin, but I don't care. Look, man, you don't have to write a big philosophical treatise every 2 seconds.
Fact.
And we just had a very philosophical whatever song. This is very, very well balanced. Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what it feels like, how satisfying that feeling is to play that simple like that Fear Factory song.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, yeah, you're lucky.
It's such a satisfying feeling, man. It's especially like when you're right in that sweet spot to where it's like, if your technique is right, you shouldn't get fatigued.
Oh, really?
But after I've warmed up and I'm like really flying, it feels. I'm not talking flying like scale shit. I'm very limited. I'm talking about like flying like the chug. It's such a good. What is it? ASMR is that what they call it? I don't know what that stands for, but it feels so good. There's something so satisfying about it that I wish everybody could feel. And so like, and that's honestly like, you know what's funny to me? Like, I don't see
Autonomous sensory meridian response.
Oh, interesting.
A term used to describe a tingling, static-like, or goosebump sensation.
Yeah, it just gives you such a it's like I said, I can't. It's like trying to describe the sun to a blind person. Like, it's such a good feeling. So when you hear songs like this, and that riff, you know, it's just a variation of like one of the oldest metal progressions of all time. They added their little thing to it, but you know, it just feels so good to play and just feels so good to listen to. The song is pretty much like, I rue the day they took control and swiped your mind away. The woods, the trees forsaken now. Blessed are the ones who sleep. And how? Slasher, destroyer, black knight disappears inside the afterburn. Dance of the possessed, slasher, destroyer.
Siege of War. You just missed Siege of War, so I wanted to say it.
What?
Slasher, destroyer. Siege of War. Siege of Blood, I mean.
Siege of Blood is what he called a solo. So, like, you're supposed to be thinking about a siege of blood when that solo happens. I will say, even though this is not very, like, verbose lyrically, I will say, though, that I rue the day they took control and swiped your mind away. Mm-hmm. What's going on with the media right now is insane. It's just I was just talking about this with M Death Fan on the phone like a couple hours ago, where I'm like, the media can take a guy who all of us universally loved 10 years ago and turn him into the Antichrist. 2 years ago, I posted this on Middle America. 2 years ago, Elon Musk was like a superhero. Mm-hmm. Everybody loved him. He was the greatest.
Yep.
Then he bought Twitter and said he wanted free speech and restored a couple people's accounts. Now the same outlets, the same magazines, now they hate him.
Yep. Before
he was a genius. Now I saw one of these these chuckle fucks on CNN talking about how dumb Elon Musk was. I'm like, who are you? Who are you?
Like, maybe it's just like throwing out random like.
Elon Musk is dumb now. Okay, all right. 2 years ago, he was the savior of the world. And look, resist the political stuff. I'm just saying the ability for the media not only to control your thoughts, but now control your emotions to where 1 minute you love a guy, now they got you to hate him. That kind of power, it's unbelievably dangerous, and so people are like, they don't understand. Like, it's not necessarily about free speech for me. You know, we go to Middle America, there are people that say, I mean, I get in a. If you were to look on the Middle America page, you would just think that I'm just somebody on the page. You wouldn't think like that guy runs the page. No, you wouldn't. I've had admins hit me up and said, yo, this person said this about you, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm like, don't pull the trigger. Blah, blah, blah. It's not because I care about, quote, free speech. what I care, I mean, ultimately what I care about is like the truth. I want to be as aligned to ultimate reality as possible. So just because somebody says something in a way that's not necessarily kind doesn't mean that they're not representing ultimate reality. So just because so I don't want to miss something where this person that disagrees with me might have a point that I didn't consider.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a dick about it, I'm not going to say, well, that's a point I never considered. Because I'm not going to lie to you guys and say I'm some big, great person. I'm doing this for myself. I want to be as close to the truth as I possibly can. I'm not going to give that to you, especially if you're a dick to me, man. Fuck you. I will give it right back to you. But I still want to know. And it's really important to me that, like, and I know that when people are watching a conflict on Facebook, the people in the conflict are never going to agree with each other most of the time.
Yeah. Well, it's
but
just
there are people.
two egos talking
there are
to each other a lot
people
of times,
watching,
yeah.
and so like if I'm saying something crazy, it's going to be clear. So you have to leave that shit up there so that people have the ability to interface their thoughts into that situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
If I can't, but if you can control what people say, then you can control how people think. And if you can control how people think, you can control how people feel. And if you can control how people feel, you can control how they act. Like people's understanding of what freedom is and what slavery is too, but this is one of the byproducts of physicalist assumptions where you only think slavery is literal chains.
Right.
Your government is doing all types of crazy shit in your face.
It's unbelievable.
Listen, fuck those people in January 6th. I don't like those people. They're on the complete other side of me. However, they had a video. You saw the guy with the helmet and shit? Fucking, there were two cops walking with the guy. They were saying, they made it sound like this dude stormed the Capitol, beat the hell out, set things on fire, blah, 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 blah. I think the Ashley Babbitt thing was a righteous kill. Sorry, rest in peace to her. That was a righteous kill. I don't believe she was a victim. She did what she did. She got what she got. Like I said, I don't like those people. But that guy with the horns, the shaman or whatever, they made that guy like the worst guy on the planet. He was this, he was that, he was a terrorist. That guy was in the fucking Navy. He did about 4 years. He did a 4-year stint in the Navy. And the cops were walking around with him like... It's just crazy to me, like the mind and the thought, and the other thing is like the way things are now in social media. Here's the other thing that happens: you say something about the shaman guy because the media told you that he was a monster.
Yep.
So you type on there, you put his name. Oh, he's a monster. He's this. He's that. You get new information that shows that you were wrong. Now what's happening? Now my ego's coming into play. So I said all this shit online. I can't admit I was wrong. So what do? I'm going to say, well, that's fucking Tucker Carlson. I mean, Tucker Carlson's a liar. Yep, I've caught Tucker Carlson in a bunch of lies. Yep, but the video doesn't fucking lie. So if you said all that shit about the shaman, that he was this horrible, terrible, horrible individual, and that he was intimidating these police, look, there's a video where, and we covered this on Middle America, where like, there were like 200 people, and then the cops just opened the barricades. People had all these conspiracy theories. I'm like, listen, if you're outnumbered and these are violent people, what the fuck else were they? I'm glad they did that. That's how they got home that day. But that's not what happened with the shaman. It was literally him and 2 cops. And they were showing the kid around. I'm sorry. They put the kid in jail for 3 years. 3 years. Like that. But you'll have people that will see that shit and they'll still, oh, fuck him, he needs to go to jail. Why? The media got you hating this boy. You don't know him, you don't know where he's from, you don't know why he was there, you just hate him. And he's been like the icon of, whatever. Now, is it an icon of white privilege that a guy gets to go in there and then, like, post up? And of course. But he doesn't go to jail for white, you can't lock people up for white privilege.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
But they genuinely hate this dude. They genuinely hate him. I'm like, bro, first of all, none of this shit is as simple as people think it is. I had a conversation with another, when you were in the car. None of this shit is as simple as you think it is. But, damn. Like, they got you really hating this dude. A guy that's, look, he served our country. I'm not saying, Ashley Babbitt served our country too. And like I said, she got what she got. And it was a righteous kill. But they genuinely hate this guy. And it was... most all of it a media construction. And so we can't think with nuance. We can't say, well, yeah, I saw what happened with Ashley Babbitt. She got what she got. This guy didn't. The cops let these guys out for this reason, but not the same situation. We can't think with any nuance anymore.
Yeah.
They've got us, man.
Yep.
They've got us. Last year, we sent $140 billion to perpetuate a war that we instigated. Meanwhile, we got all types of crises here, and like you got people that genuinely believe that Russia, who has a GDP beneath Los Angeles, California, you really got people believing that we have to stop. Like, it's crazy to me, bro. It's crazy to me. And like, my thing is, I was completely propagandized after 9/11. Okay.
Yeah.
I was from New York. Family member perished in the building. I'm in Maine watching Americans jump to a certain death, which means what the fuck were they dealing with in there? And I'm sitting there in my chair, and there's nothing I could do about it. And I was just like, everybody around me was afraid. I was so... I always say I had blood in my mouth that day. I did. I was so... I wanted to fucking murder. But everybody around me was an American, and I loved America so much, especially... So, like, I go home, Fox News... Boom, dudes coming out of striker vehicles all day. I'm like, yeah. And then like every 2 seconds, a plane impact the building. Plane impact every 2 seconds. And then it was Bin Laden in Afghanistan. And then it was like, yo, we hate fucking Arabs, man. They're the problem. So like we spent 20 years like fucking up these Muslims. They're the problem. And now, boom, we got a new bad guy. It's Putin. Putin's the real problem. And then in 2 years, it's China. They're the problem. And we're talking about going to war with Iran and all this shit. It's like, my thing is, I was a young, impressionable kid. And those are the people that go off to war. Yep. Okay, I was propagandized. Fool me once. Now, the next time my country tells me, because the fact of the matter is, when I interface with those Muslim people, they were not the worst people on the planet. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Even, I'm not going to go there, but they were not the worst people on the planet. They were not. You know what they were? You know the thing that like really fucked with me about those people? They were the most normal, like me people ever. They were the 18-year-olds were like me. The 22-year-olds were like me. The dads were like me. They were just normal people, man. But my country convinced me. Oh, they're dancing in the street. Bullshit. Oh, they're dancing in the streets. Blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. It was bullshit. But they didn't explain to me on Fox News why. If they really were, they didn't explain why.
Yeah.
Oh, they hate us because of our free. So I got propagandized. I don't have a problem admitting I was propagandized. You had a bunch of folks on the left that were saying, why are we going to Iraq? What are we doing? What happened to us on 9/11 just doesn't justify us going and kill those people. And all the Fox News people were like, oh, those were anti-American. You remember that? Anybody that was against the invasion of Iraq, they convinced me that guy hates our country. And the dude was saying, Vin, if people go over there, they're going to die. And I'm like, yeah, man, that's the price of freedom. He said, Vin, what Iraqi, the guys in sandals and a windbreaker, what can they possibly do to harm your freedom, Vin? All I had was Fox News talking points, and they got my mind. They got me. And we're too arrogant to say we got by our government. But if you don't admit that you've ever gotten got by a propagandist, then you're going to get got again. And I'm sorry. If you supported the Ukraine thing, God bless you. You did it. Your country took advantage of your altruistic spirit. And they played on your emotions. And they literally showed you video from fucking Call of Duty. The fucking Ghost of Kiev, all that dumb shit. Like, it's okay. You got propaganda, but you have to learn from it. But we have so much ego that we cannot admit it. So to this day, you got people that will not admit that Iraq was a mistake, even though now we look back, it wasn't a mistake. It was fucking criminal. It was a mistake on our part as citizens to go along with our government. But if you see that your government lied you into a war against innocent people, why the fuck would you believe their narrative now?
Yeah.
I mean, one of these channels was saying that the Russians blew up Nord Stream, too. You had people believing that shit. I'm sorry. But we're in trouble, guys. We're in trouble. You got Americans that are calling for the end of free speech. You got Americans now that are angry at a guy who uses it. That free speech is a bad phrase now in America. It's like, what? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. We're in trouble.
Yep.
But look, this is not about Democrat, Republican, whatever. This is about people controlling your thoughts and emotions and turning us into automatons. These people can point and click, and we will support anything. And it's out. All of us were saying this years ago, and people were saying, "Oh, come on!" But anybody that does this for a living, anybody that does social media work for a living, we all knew that we were getting shadow banned and all this shit. We all knew it. And people were saying, "Oh no, you just don't know how to, you just suck at." And then now it comes out the FBI and all that was working with it, and it's like,
look at that.
There's no. If you want to talk about riots in the street, there should have been riots in the streets. Who the fuck are the FBI or any intelligence apparatus to come and fucking start curating the speech of Americans on our platform? And we're not even angry about that. And the reason we're not angry about that, because it happened in a context where it was heavily, situated against one group of people that the government told you to hate, and the government got you to hate them. So that emotion overrode your cognitive faculty. So when you saw that these people were violating our free speech and actively propagandizing us on private platforms, you didn't think to yourself, holy shit, that's thought control. Nope, because you have so much hate in your heart for these people that is not in you, was placed in you. Now you're blinded.
Yeah.
Fucking Obama was spying, using the DOJ and all this shit to spy on Trump. But since we hate Trump, we're okay with that. Think he's a fucking billionaire, one of the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah,
if they could do it to him, think.
Right.
What about you? I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump. I don't feel bad for him. It's the fucking principle.
Exactly.
You don't get to do that. Look what we did to Nixon for the Watergate thing. That was right. That was good. Chuck Colson and all them boys went to prison. That's what should fucking happen. Like, you got to get held accountable. So, like, we're in trouble. So, not a lot of lyrics here, but here it is. Yeah, no, he's right. He's right. Nobody gave a damn when it was found out they were monitoring all our comms directly. Why would we give a fuck? They're pressing down. 100% right. Riv is 100% right. And we saw this with the Verizon scandal with Obama. Like, this is...
Yeah.
I mean, this shit is crazy. It's unbelievable. We're in a lot of trouble. 9.2.
8.7.
Yes, sir! We are on the way back, guys. We haven't even begun. We haven't even begun, dear listener. We haven't even begun. The moment has arrived. Commercial break. We shall return. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Long live 275. Stay around, bitch. Don't do nothing crazy. We need you in the chat. Vin out. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them. My partner in crime, of course, is not here. So you guys, unfortunately, you guys are stuck with Vincente. We are doing a Megastream from a very mysterious, almost Masonic group of individuals. I forgot the name of the crew. But I guess until my partner in crime returns, we could do a quick Ask Vin Anything. So you can ask me anything until Wifey returns, so that we can... we can pass the time while she just randomly got up and left in the middle of our operation here. Who do I got for March Madness? Let me look at the brackets. March Madness. Let me see. Vin, what's your sign? I was born at the end of April. So I don't know what that makes my sign. That's interesting. So I don't know what my sign is, dear listener. I was born at the end of April, so maybe that will tell you what my signs are. Can you help me find your song on Patreon? Which song? There's a rap song that's released. So if you're looking for that one, I can find that one. We also had a little 30-second intro. Don't rush.
Okay.
We also had a 30-second... That's okay. That's fine. We also had a 30-second little intro to the metal song that we have. There's like literally 3 or 4 songs right now. We're going to release an... what do you call that? Not an EP, the other thing. Anyway. Vin, I'm from Appalachia. I was born distrusting the government. Hell yeah. Yeah. The idea that we should trust our government is, I don't understand that. In Brazil, the pole pisses on the dog, and this mass hated is always manipulated by the political flags of the season. I do not understand what that means. Say that a different way. Dwayne says, Taurus explains a lot. What's a Taurus? What is that? Like, I'm not necessarily against the sign thing. I think there could be some scientific whatever. But what does that mean? Like being a Taurus? Like what does that mean? Like what are the like personality traits of a Taurus? Checking on Shorty. Oh, Appalachia. Oh, that's how you're supposed to say it. Appalachia. Okay. I was saying Appalachia the whole time. Did you go to the Nick Cave concert? No, I didn't get to go to the Nick Cave concert because of COVID. Posted an email for you and was hoping for some comments and guidance from you. Okay. Did you send it to Vin and Sori? Did you send it to Sori's secret email? Vin, I'm just messing with you. Not a... In Brazil, Akai and Jesus lead your grapplers to the top of the mountain. That's on my bucket list, man, is to roll with you a little bit. There's not a lot of people here that roll for fun. So that's on my bucket list, 275. Jiu-jitsu is one of the most amazing art forms in the world. It's like really like chess. I was showing her the John Jones fight. And, people are saying that the John Jones fight, that the guy threw the fight because of all this. He didn't do the leg release and all the other shit. But I'm like, it's John Jones, so if he's something that obvious, he's probably setting you up. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time, offline, maybe 275. All right, guys, here we go. The next song we're dealing with is a song.
Ancient Bards.
Ancient Bards. Soulless Child.
Archero picked this one.
Archero!
Ancient Bards are an important piece of Italy's power metal scene, as their name would imply. They are devoted storytellers. All of their albums form a single concept story rooted in high fantasy. I have provided a summary of the story to give a little bit more context to the song, but I suggest you just listen first and then come back to read the summary. And let's do it.
Okay, so we're gonna listen to the song first, and then we're gonna do the summary.
Yep.
Okay. This is Archero, so it's gonna be very it's gonna be a very detailed summary. I think.
That you have heard the singer of this band, Sarah
Squadroni.
once before. She sang in the role of the girl on
Arion's album Theory of
Everything. Additionally, the bass player. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, Martino, the dude from The Elf of Scars. Yo, I met the homie in New York. I'm like, yo, that shit on Devour Me Colossus. That little. I'm like, yo, that shit was crazy. He's like, thanks. I didn't write that. He replaced the other basses. I was like, well, you imitated pretty good.
Well, yeah.
All right, guys, here we go. Yeah, Archero, he knows his shit. Soulless Bards, Ancient Bards, Soulless Child. Let's do it.
Welcome, my guests. I've been waiting for so long for this Monday to come. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Come here, Doris, and join me, my son.
Epic shit now. Getting epic now. Going on some quest. We're gonna save the world, bitches. Let's go! Dun, 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 dun. the next step for me. This is the next step for me. I'm gonna write a solo like that. Hey, 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 hey.
16 years and the sun goes by. He has come up with a cunning plan. Takes control over his marionette and sends him to the door. He will say that he has found the sword and is ready to unleash the world. Therefore, kings together and prepare to confess the madness.
This is such good stadium music, man. Everybody like, hey, hey, hey.
Woman, I'm talking to you now. I guess you never told them the truth. There was something so slightly familiar in the boy that was walking with you. Of course, no, I never told them. My little boy had died in my arms. As much as I hate to say it, you will never come back. Now we can see you devoured by sorrow, and your intentions working somehow. But in another water of that sword, you'll soon be overwhelmed. When a man loses his love, and at ease he takes his child away, there is no way to fear the void. His heart goes straight in despair. Anxiety for himself. He's trying to redraw from ancient men. Walk through the graveyard with tears in his eyes. Nailed on the tombstone that he brought to life. 'Cause his body was new, 'cause his body was white. He never thought he was going off track, and he's singing himself. The heroes now are getting tired. This world to fall. This has to end. The wizard's men let us tear it down. As soon as they get closer, light shines from behind him. Now the justice of that
Oh wow.
Holy
Whoa.
smokes.
Okay, let me read what.
What a freaking journey that song was.
Okay. I'm wondering if it ended like I thought it did. Okay. All right, let me read.
Damn lies, Taffer. Damn lies. Go ahead.
Okay.
People online talking about, oh, there's Prague influences in it. They're just doing that to troll me because they know that I hate Prague. They're like, oh, there's Prague. There's some Prague in this song. There's some Prague in this song. There's no Prague in that song.
Really? You don't think there is?
There's a straight Prague metal. Don't let these people, don't let them influence you. Go ahead.
I mean, I do have my own opinions. Okay, after listening, the story. The story takes place in a universe called Last World. It's split into 4 kingdoms, each ruled by a king or a queen. The primary villain is a dark wizard named Sendor. He was once the ruler of one of the realms but disappeared years ago, with no one having heard from him. The tale opens with news of Sendor's return. A stranger calling himself Doris warns the king and queen that Sendor has found and stolen the black crystal sword. The sword possesses powerful magic, but is evil and was hidden away to protect the world. The king and queen follow the stranger Doris on a mission to find Sendor and take the sword back. In Soulless Child, Sendor confronts the heroes and reveals his true motivations. Before he disappears, he had a forbidden affair with Sheena the Queen. They had a child, Surad, together in secret, but he died as a baby. In his grief, Sendor performed a magic spell to bring his son back to life, but what returns is merely an animated body. Sendor can control the boy's movements using magic, but his soul is gone, and he has no independent will of his own. Doris is really the adult body of Sendor's son. Driven to madness by his
Holy
loss,
shit.
Sendor is convinced...
Read that line again.
Doris is really the adult body of Sendor's son.
Okay.
A stranger calling himself Doris warns the king and queen that Sendor has found and stolen the crystal sword. That's interesting.
But it's just his body.
It's the adult body, yeah. Driven to madness by his loss, Sendor is convinced that if he possesses the black crystal sword, it will give him the power to restore his child's soul. He has lured the kings and queens into a trap to gain access to the sword.
So this is kind of like the Lord of the Rings thing, where it's like it's the sword is evil.
Mm-hmm. It just has so much power.
If you use the power of the, didn't he say it? The black crystal sword?
He did say it was black crystal.
The sword possesses powerful magic, but it is evil.
Oh, it is definitely evil.
And it was hidden away to protect the world.
Like the potential for evil, or the potential.
So then his kid dies,
as a baby.
And so he has to. Oh, as a baby.
Mm-hmm. He died as a baby. Remember, in his mother's arms.
Right. So then here comes the dilemma. The sword is evil, but your kid died, but you could use the sword to bring back your kid.
But it wouldn't be him, they said. It would just be his soul doesn't come back, which was what the mother said, but they still decided to go through with it. It reminded me of, you remember that, did you ever see Pet Sematary?
I never saw Pet Sematary.
It's kind of similar in a way.
Yeah, it's they come back almost zombified type of thing.
The kid died, no. Well, I mean, I wouldn't consider it zombified, but the kid dies, like, he's 3, and he gets hit, like, 2 or 3 years old, he gets hit by a semi or something. I just remember seeing his little shoe. It was horrible. And then, like, the parents, they already tried this with their cat because the cat had gotten killed, and the kids were so upset about it that somebody said, hey, if you go bury the cat in the pet cemetery, like, he'll come back to life. So they go and they do it, and the cat comes back crazy as fuck, like, chasing everybody, attacking people, like, probably killing people, I don't remember. And then, but even after they saw how evil the cat was when the cat came back, when their kid died, they were like, they just wanted their kid back. So they were like, well, even an evil version of it. But he was like, pretty sure he killed them all in the end. Like, they brought the kid back for the kid to come back and kill them all.
That's such a fascinating paradigm.
Yeah, it was troublesome to think through because it was like, well, how far would you go to bring back somebody that you want to come back? And like, I know it sounds crazy, but like if that was true, if you could just go bury like somebody in some certain sand and they would come back and something happened to my baby.
It makes me think about like how audacious. It just makes me think about how audacious what we're claiming is about the resurrection.
Oh.
Because what we're saying is Jesus came back more.
But he was better.
More of what he was than when he died.
Mm-hmm. And he wasn't better in that sense.
You get an upgrade.
He wasn't evil.
Right. Yeah. And it's like
he came back.
It's almost like the Western world
can't.
Another
name.
The Western world doesn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
But can't deny it. So we have things like zombies.
Yeah.
Where zombies are resurrected, but it's not really them. Mm-hmm. And we have, like, that's what I'm saying about, like, the Western mind. Like, we're advanced. We don't believe in any of that bullshit. But then some of our most compelling stories have these resurrections in them. But we're kind of tainted by our unbelief and our modernism to where we're like, yeah, let's do the resurrection, but we can't have it be like an actual resurrection. It'll, there'll be a price because the ultimate sort of Western diagnosis is, man, that's just wishful thinking. So even if you could raise somebody from the dead, they wouldn't be them.
Yeah. Which
has a million questions. Like, first of all, well, if you say somebody is soulless, like one of the things that, like, we're reading this book right now, Surviving Death by Rachel Kane, I think her name is. And it's all these stories of, I mean, people are looking at it like past life regressions. I have a different theory on it that works pretty precisely with it. But one of the chapters, a couple of chapters, are dealing with near-death experiences. Yep. And, you know, it's you know, everybody's heard the near-death, I was in a hospital, I saw a light, blah, blah, blah. All those can be explained by the brain. But there are literally hundreds of documented cases where the person is literally brain dead, literally heart stopped for 15 minutes, and recounting, seeing things from an aerial perspective. There's one lady, the Spanish lady, where she saw a shoe on the top of the roof. So she died, and then she went up, and there was a shoe,
and sure enough, there was
on the
a shoe
left
there.
corner of the roof. She said she saw the doctor, she heard the conversation, then when she was going up, she saw the shoe, and then, you know, and then they told her she had to come back, and she was all upset, and they're like, what are you talking about? Sure enough, they went up there, the shoe was exactly where there was no possible way. She didn't work there. And there are hundreds of these issues.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And one of the things that's fascinating is you also have situations where people, quote, remember the life and the death of a previous person. Right?
But when they're too young to be able to know that
the kid was 5 years I think it's James Leinert is the kid's name. Is the most famous story.
But when he first started telling stories, he wasn't even old enough to even read or
he was before he was pre-literate, and he was talking about specific planes in World War II. He named the specific kind of plane. They gave him toy soldiers. He named the toy soldiers. Every single name that he gave was the name of the people in his company. And they all died. And they all died in that order. And he said, yeah, when I died, I saw them in heaven. And then I came back down and blah, 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 blah.
And I think he would reenact, like, how one of them died with their plane crashed and a piece of the plane had broken off.
Hey, Ian, your prayer worked. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much,
did.
sir. It worked way better than what I was even asking for. So thank you. But we'll talk about that offline. Go
crazy.
Ahead. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
But anyway, there was a piece of the plane, right, that had broken off when they got in the accident.
Yes.
And then when the toy, like all of his toys, whatever it was, like if it was the left landing gear, whatever, like the left landing gear, he broke off all of his planes that were in his room. Yeah,
he named the ship that they were on, and when his parents went to look at it, they're like, "Oh, this is bullshit." And sure enough, it was there, but they were like a very small detached, like impossible for this kid to know. Now, I don't believe that he was that person in the past life. I don't believe that.
He would cry for his old mother, like his mother.
Yeah, he would.
That's sad.
And he talked about how he how he died and all that, and the guy, and he mentioned that Jack Larson, that was the name of the, and so they looked and they were like, oh, Jack Larson, there's a Larson guy, but he died. Sure enough, there was a Jack Larson. Jack Larson was still alive, and and it's crazy because he says, I'm the third James. The kid said, I'm the third James. Well, the guy that died, his name was James Jr. Mm-hmm. So he's James Jr. The guy in the airplane that died in World War II, his name was James Jr. So this kid calls himself James. He would be the third James. But they found Jack Larson, and Jack Larson, this is all a true story. It's unbelievable. This woman is a New York Times published. I mean, she's not a. Believe what you want or disbelieve what you want. At this point, to me, it's just like people just want to believe that the physicalist little cookie cutter world that they were taught in school, they want to believe that that's reality. But this shit is undeniable. Mm-hmm. Like so they found Jack Larson at one of these, World War II meetups, and Larson said, yeah, I saw him right before he went down. He looked me dead in the eye, and then he got hit right in the nose of his craft, and that's what the kid said. He said a bomb hit the nose of his plane, and he went down in flames. And Jack Larson said, "Yeah, I was there." And they said, "What happened?" He said, "We connected, our eyes connected, and then second later, it went right in through the front of it, exactly on the nose." This kid was 2-3 years old when he was saying this shit.
And that was before the internet too, I'm pretty sure. Right?
Do what you want. He wasn't literate. Like, do what you want with that. Yeah. My point is like, this concept of the soul, and then you have this non-physicalized collections of memories, thoughts, personality traits, etc. that and idiosyncrasies that make me that are not part of this physical construction. Sam Harris doesn't believe that. Sam Harris doesn't believe in himself because he's trying to be consistent with his atheism, and if he admits what we all know, then it's a contradiction, and he can't have that. So he just came out and said, there's no such thing as a self. Okay, you are your body. Okay, well, whatever, live in that world, Sammy. But like, and even as a Christian who does not believe in reincarnation, that's a challenging story, but I'm not gonna fucking deny it. But so this song is like, it's really interesting because basically it's like, it's a testament to the fact that you're not your body, because the kid's body is still there. But the tragedy of the song is that, but it's not him.
It's right.
Like the animating, idiosyncratic part of him that makes him, the essence, the exousia of who he is.
Yeah.
Is not there, even though his physical body is there.
That's interesting. You're right. We don't want that, but people are okay with the idea that somebody reincarnates so that the same soul comes back in a new body, and people would want to meet that new body that housed the soul of the person that they loved.
Sadaq.
But if you flip it the other way and you say it's going to be their body, it's just not going to be their soul.
Oh, that's crazy. That's so true. It's true, because if somebody said there's a blonde-haired, like if I
died and they're like, we can get Sori back.
If somebody told me definitively there's a blonde-haired, red-eyed body that we're going to pour Sori's mind, we're going to download everything. Thoughts, memories,
soul, like your soul is in
way
that
things
one,
are done. That's very important. I would take that deal.
Right.
And I would be happy.
Yeah.
But if they said you can have this body eternally, but the immaterial part of her, that's such a good thought experiment, and unbelievable. That's so true, so true. It just kills me that there's still people this is becoming less and less popular. Like the whole internet stuff, the Sam Harris type worldview is it's falling out. Like if you read the latest information that's out there at the scientific level, that worldview is collapsing like in 5 years it's going to get replaced with something else, some sort of combination of science, philosophy, and religion that people are going to hold on to. Somebody's going to break out and explain it, and everybody's going to follow it, and they're going to leave all this shit behind, because the discoveries that we're all making are just impossible to reconcile with that old way of thinking. But this song, there's parts of the song I'm not even going to talk about, because as a father, I'm just not even going to go there, because I'm happy today. Today was a happy day, and I'm not going there. But it definitely indicates something about, and the way this woman was singing, like the way she was singing that song, like her voice is incredible. What an and the
powerful.
Like, what I love about power metal, there was one band that we couldn't listen to all the way through, and there's only been one time when we've done an entire review from start to finish and purposely didn't release it, and it's because we could, and it was a power metal band. I'm not going to say the name of the band. We just couldn't do it. I hate prog, but power metal is like right under there. One of the things that gets me about power metal is like how openly massive it is. It's almost pretentious in the production. Like it's like Lord of the Rings all the time, and it's like, yo, you're a 5-piece band in a garage. Why are you trying to sound like? And I'm just like, but like, yo, it worked here, bro. Like sonically, it just worked, and there was enough for like knuckle dragging, like metalheads like me who are not very like sophisticated musically. There was enough chug to where I was like, yeah, give me that shit. Which is one of the reasons I have a problem with power metal, because even when they get chuggy, it's still like shiny chug. It's not like gutter. It's not gutter chug. There was some gutter chug in here, and I appreciated it, but really, really, really really fascinating stuff. And a very challenging song philosophically, like to your point. But that whole concept to me is such a gut punch, man. That your child's body would be there, but they're
I do.
couldn't even deal with that. I'll tell you what, I'm very happy that God gave me the belief to be a Christian and believe in a full bodily resurrection where we get upgraded.
Me too.
I'm very happy that there's never been a moment in my life when I did not believe that. And I've got a raw deal in certain situations in life, but man, I'm that truth is more real to me. Your hand's on me right now. And I've said this, like, I believe more in this than your hand right now. And now we know scientifically your hand isn't really there. It's phenomenologically there, but it's not really there. Local realism is false, guys. Check it out. They just won a Nobel Prize. It's false. Einstein was wrong. Sorry. You're right, bro. It's spooky action at a distance. You were wrong. He knows he's wrong now. But, like, your hand is not really there. It's not. Scientifically, it's not. The resurrection is realer to me internally in my apprehension than the illusion and the phenomenology of your hand being there. It's unbelievable to me. And I am, but God knew that I was such a weak person that I needed that from the jump. There are other people, there's millions and billions of people that have walked through this planet without that knowledge and that truth, and they were able to make it, but he knew that boy's too weak. I got to drop that science on him immediately. Mm-hmm. That was downloaded into Jesus is my earliest memory. Mm-hmm. SubhanAllah. Jesus is my earliest memory. And so, but again, that's because, you know, a lot of people are like, yo, how come that doesn't happen for me? It's not that God doesn't love you as much as he loves me. Although I am very loved by God. But it's that some of us are weaker than others, and some of us need that to trudge through life. Some of y'all are able to go through life without that because you're much stronger people than me. But great song, brilliant song. There's a whole other part of this song. I'm not even going to touch it because I want to stay happy today.
9.8. I really liked this one. I thought it was really well done, and Sarah's voice came out real strong. And yeah, it struck up some interesting conversation as well. So 9.8.
I'm going to copy that thing that Dethroner just said about that shirt design. That shirt design is badass. Can you reach out to that Jamie guy again? The guy that did our Till We Die shirts?
Okay.
Because I need a shirt like this that Dethroner just described. I would, if we had a prog night, I would wear that fucking shirt. I need a Vin versus Prog shirt, Mortal Kombat style with round 3 fight, and back of t-shirt with you winning, and it's saying Vin wins, fatality, and Shao Kahn, and the back is Sori. That would be badass. That
is a good idea.
Fatality. This is a 10 for me. 10 for me. I really loved the song. It was such a good song.
Ancient bards, y'all.
Very, very deep. And like I said, there's a whole avenue of that song that I didn't touch because I'm just not doing it. You must defeat my dragon punch to stand a chance. That was Ryu from Street Fighter 2. And he'd be like this with the mean face, and then you'd be all beat up.
Oh.
You're out there fighting Chun-Li. They had Chun-Li, she'd be sitting there crying with her. She'd be like this. Woo, she just got beat up by Ken.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. My mom was like, why they got that man beating up that woman like that? And I was like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, but you can. All right. We shall return. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed! A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are Vin and Sori. If you
We are.
haven't heard of us before, we are the premier reaction channel on YouTube. We're not the premier reaction channel on YouTube. Go check out, who is it? Alex Hefner.
Alex.
Lost in Vegas. There's a lot of reaction channels on YouTube. We're one of them, and we are honored that you would take the time to listen to us, listen to music. Okay, here we go.
Okay, up next is... read this, please.
I don't have a problem, Skylar, if you want to kiss our beautiful faces. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with affection. You know what I'm saying? If you say you were going to kiss Sori's beautiful face and not mine, I'd be like, yo, what are you doing? But if it's both of us, I'm good. You know, you Europeans, you know, blah, 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 blah. I don't have a problem with that. I'm going to kiss Ian first time I see him. Okay. Razor Shriek. Moon's Silver. These are, this is a
Russian black metal.
Russian black metal band.
I enjoyed listening to the album, which was released on February 2nd for a few weeks. Twice a day driving to and from work. Every single song is solid, and I really enjoy listening to it. The lyrics for Moon Silver, that is sung in Russian, is right here. Babe, do you have it, or do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, I got him.
All right.
Sipping white Russian, bitch in the Benz bumping. I laced it with the basic. 6 TVs, a system, knocking make shit. Face it, we hard to hit. Guard your shit before I stick you. For you re-up, wipe the pee up. Lick shots, rope your seat up. Go in the ashtray, spark the weed up. Long Kiss. That was one of the greatest songs of all time. Long Kiss Goodnight by B.I.G. It's time for you to die. As I kiss your ass goodnight. Are you kidding me? That shit was...
I thought you were going to say kiss your hand.
Huh?
I thought you were going to say kiss your hand.
No, it's like kiss your ass
and then
goodbye.
Like, all right, let's go. Let's see what this is about.
Vape guy goes, don't kiss me!
Don't kiss me.
What?
Don't. I was just reading him. Don't kiss me.
275. You don't know that song, Long Kiss Goodnight by B.I.G.? That shit was crazy. I'm flaming gats, aiming at these fucking maniacs. Put my name in rest. What type of game is that? Like you hustle backwards. I smoke backwoods and Dutchies. You can't touch me. Try to rush me. Slugs go touchy. You bleeding lovely with your spirit above me or beneath me. Your whole life you live sneaky. Now you rest eternally sleepy. You burn when you creep me. Rest where the worms of the weak be. My 9 flies, baptized, rap guys with the Holy Ghost. I put holes in most. You hold your toes shaky. Slipping trying to break me. Look what you made me do. Brains blue. My team in the marine blue. 6 coupe. Skeet it out. Weed it out. Clean it out. The block for distances. Giving long kisses, bitch. This man said.
What?
He said my 9 flies, baptized, rap guys with the Holy Ghost. You don't get it?
He's killing people and he's baptizing with the Holy Ghost.
No, he's shooting you
by killing you.
So your ghost has holes in it because he's shooting you. So you got your ghost.
Holy Ghost.
Whoo! Biggie was the greatest, man. I don't care what you say. Okay, we're back. We're talking about the Russians now. It's Russian black metal, dear listener. Let me try to pronounce this band again. Razor Shriek Black Magic is the name of the album.
Moon Silver is the name of the song.
Moon's Silver, and it's sung in Russian, guys. But we do have the
English lyrics.
The translation.
Yes.
Can you get that to me? We do have the translation. So we'll check it out.
I feel like, okay, maybe
What?
I'm remembering this differently. I feel like I just said, do you want the lyrics? And you said you were all set. Here they are.
That's not the song.
That's
That's not the song.
I like the sound of that.
It took a little bit longer to download because we're downloading the entire
right.
record.
The full album.
Yes, the full
Middle
album.
just wanted us to have the full album since he's been listening to the full album.
12:40. Okay,
12:48.
12:48.
And we're going to 2020. I mean, I'm sure you'll know when it.
275 is like, I am praying for you. I'm rooting for Ukraine because they have more black metal bands that Russia does. This might swing it for me. You know, that in the new world, that's how we're going to settle our beefs, man. It's going to be who can do the best rap, who's got the best metal, and then whoever produces the best metal band, they get the country. Everybody gets to live. Like, that's going to be the new thing. It's just going to be a battle of bands instead of
a battle of excellence. Yeah, okay, instead of death.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with it.
Alex Rock loves Nirvana, and we love you, bro. So we're good. All right,
let's
12:48. Here we go.
It's Black Magic. We're Christians. Here we
Black
go.
Magic. Here we go. Okay, now listen. This is not the song. The song starts at 12:48, but I do want to hear this part because it sounds legit. Okay, now we're going into the song. Here we go. Treble kicking, let's do this shit, boy. Drummer is crazy. lyrics in that thing too.
Oh, I like that. I really like that.
Do you like it more than Bach?
I do. But okay, I will give Bach another try. You know, I need a little bit more like emotional maturity before I can jump back in there. I might always hate it. It makes me very, very depressed, and I'm not sure like if I will always feel that way, or if I'll get to a point where I'll be like, okay. Or maybe it's just that I feel it just way too much. And so maybe it's not. Now, let me deaden my soul and return to you for Bach.
We shall return.
All right.
So
I
what you
loved
thinking?
this. I especially liked the whispering part that he did.
Yes, that middle interlude
Yeah.
part was bomb, dude.
That's something that
honestly.
we could consider throwing
Steal.
into our stuff too. Yeah, some whispering. I think that's
we
a good
could
idea.
thief that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it. One of the things I'm starting to notice about writing is like,
Ooh, especially if you're doing the whispering.
yeah,
And I do. Yeah, I think we could. Yeah. Okay.
it's like the appositions, like the it starts off tremolo. There was some chug in there. Then it gave us a little interlude in the middle, quiet down, and then they ended it with a big production, and then it was a blast beat at the end. Like saying it like that, it sounds very simple. Like, oh, okay, that's a good formula, but it's very hard to pull off in a balanced way. It's one of the things that I don't know if I struggle with it or not as a composer, because our music isn't out there yet. So I can't wait to put it out there and just hear what people say. Like, and I'm not trying. I don't want people to, oh, it's great, Vin, blah blah blah. I want to hear like how close did you come to being able to put those things together in a coherent way that's not, oh, I've heard that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And that works.
It's very, very hard to do. It's very hard to do the way it's very hard to do. And you can't, you're kind of like in your own mind, it sounds good to you. The other thing too is like I have like an internalized perception of how the song sounds, but that's because I know what I was going for. Mm-hmm. But that's not the same thing as a person hearing it. You see what I'm saying? And like, there's always gonna be a gap.
There has to be
between what you intended or how you hear the song and how it's supposed to go versus what you actually, what the person listening to it hears. Because
you perceive music almost through your own perceptions.
Right.
Like I was just talking to somebody about this the other night, where when I hear a song, I always make it a song about a relationship song. Oh, it's a relationship song. Oh, it's a
later. Archero, we're gonna do the March Madness commercial during the Black Sabbath, because obviously they're like a major main stage band's gonna get a bunch of views, so we wanted to get it with the greatest possible views. So I know you're leaving, but I wanted you to know that. Go ahead.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was saying.
Oh.
I got thinking about March Madness.
Oh. The night is whispering the mysteries by the unseen lips. Man, these guys, man, holy smoke! That's a
and
very.
This isn't another language. This is translated.
Yeah. A flight through emptiness in the eternal kingdom, subhanAllah. A flight through emptiness in the eternal kingdom of autumn, full of grief and sorrow, set ablaze in the starshine.
That's so interesting. The kingdom of autumn, and it makes you wonder.
The eternal kingdom of autumn.
Yeah, I don't remember like why. So like autumn in Maine is actually really, really beautiful.
Extremely beautiful.
So I'm like, there's got to be something like maybe in Russia, autumn is not beautiful. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I
because
imagine
it says a
they
flight
were
through emptiness in the eternal kingdom of autumn. I think it's not meant to communicate the brightly colored leaves and the smell of sweet.
Right.
That happens in Maine in
and
the
then
fall.
there's also the translation issue. Like, did he say autumn? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Is it really? But autumn in Maine is it's the pinnacle of Maine. To be honest with you, and it's only a couple weeks, unfortunately. But autumn in Maine is incredible.
It's beautiful.
It's a dream world. But I would imagine that autumn in
let's take
Russia,
Get that one.
not so much, right? Because it's just so cold. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
maybe you know, I'm assuming you have a very short spring and a very short summer, if that, and then you go right into the suffering. So, you know, I don't. So that's pretty interesting. But here is what autumn in Maine looks like, y'all.
Yeah,
mean,
that's just like regular. Yeah, that's
it's incredible. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But you see, there's still greenery. The water's not frozen. That type of thing. I'm not sure, but I would assume it'd be much different in Mother Russia. I also heard though that Russia is an incredibly beautiful country.
really.
And a lot of I didn't know this, but
Well, I don't know. Look, autumn in wait, no, that's autumn. I just said autumn in Russia, and then I was curious to see if there was anything.
So yeah, like so if I'm looking at this song, this guy is connected to nature a lot. Obviously, the night is whispering the mysteries by the unseen lips, a flight through emptiness in the eternal kingdom of autumn.
These lyrics were just put out from the band themselves.
Okay. Full of
English.
grief and sorrow, set ablaze in the starshine,
meant it.
flare up and turn into ashes, to hear the singing of the comets in silence. To hear the singing of the comets in silence. That's a good line. Because the comets aren't saying anything. You know, they're completely silent. If you see a comet across the sky, it's not saying anything. But he's saying it's singing because of its beauty. Which, man, these guys are so brilliant. That's the thing about black metal, like, those guys, it's my favorite genre of metal. And I think one of the reasons, one is a tremolo. And tremolo is what got me into metal. It was Korn's Got the Life. It's the greatest song of all time. But when you look at the way that these guys are poets, and there's a sense in which there's a difference between a lyricist and a poet, okay? Mm-hmm. Anybody's a lyricist. I just did Biggie's lyrics at the top of this video. Those are lyrics, but this is poetry. Set ablaze in the starshine, flare up and turn into ashes, to hear the singing of the comets in silence, to fly with the cold winds in the heights, above the serene and ancient forest, where there are no more fetters of flesh, to dissolve as a haze plunging in the dark of the sky, to fill the lungs up to the edge with the chilling air, to scatter to 1,000 shatters, burning down in sparkles, to touch the infinity and find peace.
Jeez.
Fall asleep by the chant of the wind, by the chant of the cold wind. Fall asleep by the chant of the wind, by the chant of the cold wind. Fall asleep in the eternal slumber by the chant of the cold wind. Fall asleep in the embrace of the moon silver. That's poetry, dear listener.
Yeah, you should listen to this. Maybe it'll help you fall asleep.
Oh no, it would never fall. It would
Fall
never
asleep
help me fall asleep.
in the embrace of the moon silver.
Yeah, that's
like the words, because it's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't meaning because it was boring. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that you said. Oh,
because you were. Oh, because I thought that. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
No, it's just the guy. The guy is an obviously gifted. He's an obviously gifted writer, and we were, I don't know, complaining about this, talking about this, how Christians, for whatever reason, in the Western world, we're not very good at celebrating nature, or being in awe of nature, or even in listening to what
it's like
nature
the Blessed
is saying.
Mother. There's a fear of it, like too much enjoyment.
Well, that's the pagans. The pagans have that. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well then we need to learn from them. God put us in this universe. There's so much more appreciative of creation. Like this to me is a song of worship, and it's crazy because it'll also kill you. You know, like, and that's a common thing where, like, people, when you're about to freeze to death, that's the big thing, is like, don't fall asleep.
Yeah.
But like,
oh yeah,
it's crazy because there's that suffering because you're cold and you're freezing and you're frostbitten and all this, but you reach this sort of point where
there's comfort, but
it's comfort, and then the comfort becomes overwhelming.
Yeah. And
you've been struggling this whole time to try to maintain temperature and try to fight against losing consciousness, and so there's this sort of seductive.
Yep.
You know, it was one of the times, like, we had a real cold spell like 2 or 3 years ago. And one of our folks died right there on the bench, like froze to death on the bench, like 100 yards, 200 yards away from the building we were at. But it's a strange, like, it's like almost like a reward for all that suffering. Like, you've suffered enough. Like, okay, now I'm going to let you, like, go off into the sleep type of thing. It's a real. My brother was the first person to tell me that. Like, he came back from health class and he's like, if you're ever cold or whatever, blah blah blah, don't go to sleep. And yeah, so it's just really. It's just a fascinating concept, like the way that he sang about it and the way that it was, and like you could tell that he loves his homeland, but that cold is a bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And,
I think about it with Maine a lot.
Yeah, it also makes me wonder, like, if you're in those areas, like, does everybody have a story of somebody who died in the cold? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when I was in New York.
I don't know.
When I was in New York, everybody knew somebody that had been shot.
Yeah.
Barely any of us knew anybody that died in a car accident. You would figure that New York would have a lot of car accidents, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of us are taking public transportation, and secondly, the traffic jams are such that
I was going to say, you
driving
never really
4
go
miles an
that
hour,
fast. Yeah.
And there's no rush hour in New York. It's just that's the way it is.
Right.
Like, so it's like when we came to Maine, nobody I knew anybody that had been shot. But everybody I knew somebody that died in a car wreck. So it was just, different regions.
Yeah.
So I wonder, like, in Russia and other places like that, like, does everybody know someone who is, died in that kind of situation? But
interesting, yeah.
I love the song. It's a black metal song. Everybody knows that I love black metal. This is a 9.6 for me.
Yeah, this is a strong song. I really enjoyed it. I loved what they did vocally. They kind of went all over the place. The whispering in there, just really, really, really great.
What'd you give it?
I'm giving this one a 10.
Holy smalolis.
Yeah.
Did you give the previous song a 10?
No.
But you gave the black metal song again. This is history.
Yeah.
This is history.
Yeah.
We just fulfilled Ra's al Ghul's destiny.
Middle, I can see why you listen to this one start to finish. When you started that one song and then you were like, okay, now we're going to go to the...
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
I would definitely love to listen to this one. Maybe we'll listen to this one later. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? We'll be right back, though. We got more songs. This is the first black metal song I've given a 10, right?
You really liked Exercises in Futility 6. According to, look, 275 is right there. Sori needs to respect her review of Magua Exercises 6. I demand it! I don't know if she gave Exercises 6, like...
I'd have to hear that one again, I guess.
Self-crucified, Mr. That song, remember I listened to that song straight every day for like a year. Mm-hmm. Like, there are some songs that, like... are just like tattooed in on my soul, man. That song right there, yeah, that was one of the best songs I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
And lyrically, it was just insane. I talked to the we're gonna get an interview with them. Then there was some controversy, the drummer, blah blah blah, and they, but yeah, man, that shit was Exercises in Futility, one of the best songs of all time. We shall return. We shall return. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. We shall return, dear listener. We got more metal. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener. Buy merch, indeed, a challenge shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. Our night is coming to a close, but we've got more music for you.
Yes, we do.
And speaking of which, abomatomically, Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how the Japanese mockeries lyrically perform armed robbery, flee with the lottery, possibly they spotted me, battle scar shogun, explosion when my pen hits tremendous, ultraviolet shine blind forensic, I expect view to the future, see millennium, Killer Bees sold 50 gold, 60 platinum, shackling the masses with drastic rap tactics, graphic displays melted steel like blacksmiths, black wool jackets, queen bees ease the guns in, rumble with patrolmen, tear gas slates to function, heads by the score, take fight inside the war, chicks hit the floor, die hard fans, demand more. Behold the bold soldier, patrol the globe slowly, proceed to blow, spinning swords like shinobi, stock grounds and pounds, hook beds in solid rock, who got a lock, perform live on your hottest blog, as the world terms are spread like germs, bless the globe with the pestilence, the hard-headed never learn, it's a testament for Roseburg. Anyway,
Who's that?
anyway,
Who is it? It reminded me of Jay, some of it, when you did it.
anyway,
Who was it?
275 knows,
Who's that?
he knows, that's Inspector Deck on Triumph.
Okay.
Greatest verse of all time. Second greatest verse of all time.
Okay.
It's between that and Big's verse and Notorious Thugs. Those two, I don't know. I
mean, that's a pretty big compliment.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. Okay.
All right. The Flying
Lotus.
Flying Lotus, The Climb.
Yes, sir.
Negative Vibes comes in with a comment saying Flying Lotus is the recording name for Los Angeles native Steve Ellison. One of the most prolific names in the new jazz-tronica musical movement.
Wait, jazz-tronica?
Yeah, look. New jazz-tronica.
Okay, that should be interesting.
Musical movement, which is a modem iteration of jazz music fused with elements of hip-hop and electronic subgenres like what is this? Ilbient?
Huh?
Ilbient?
Huh? IDM, Glitch, and others.
Here's the founder of the record label Brainfeeder with a label synonyms with the genre.
Synonymous with the genre. And he has collaborated with dozens of artists, including one of MF Doom's final recorded tracks. Fun fact, he's also the grandnephew of the late jazz pianist, Alice Coltrane, the wife of the legendary saxophone player John Coltrane. Whoa. The song The Climb was released in 2019 and features bass and vocals from Thundercat, who is one of the best bassists in music today. The two artists have similar backgrounds and their sounds blend seamlessly in all of the collaborations they do together.
Let's hear this.
All right, so here is The Climb, Jazz-tronica.
Do you want me to send it to you?
I already have them. You're too late. I'm ahead of you at this point. It's too late to apologize.
Let's go.
It's too late. All right, here we go, guys. Flying Lotus, let's do this shit. Negative's an eclectic book.
Something trips me up. Soon as I feel like I grip, shit
I think I like. That's jazz.
I love this. Well, I mean,
I think I like jazz a lot.
new jazz and yeah.
I don't know what the distinctives of jazz are. But
Yeah.
it just
That
feels
might be one of those things that you and I both enjoy as
it just
jazz.
feels very chill to me. You know that guy that I guess it was R&B, but that guy, that whole style,
Yeah.
like that shit is smooth. It's just smooth, man. Like
Yeah.
it makes me feel cool, like being in one of them like bars with the blue haze and the smoke. And then somebody's up there playing the music, and the girls were always like classy and had the red rose thing in their head while they're doing the thing or whatever. Yeah, I think I like jazz a lot, man. Jazz is one of the most complex genres, to be honest. Yeah, like I don't really, and I should, right? Because I'm black, but I don't.
Yeah.
What makes jazz jazz? My brother
feel like
had
Charo can
my
answer
brother
that.
had a friend who was a big funk guy. But jazz was his number one thing. He played all the time. But funk I understood because Korn, some of their movements were like funky. It's hard to explain, but I was like I felt like I saw the connection.
Yeah.
But jazz, like I completely shut down because it didn't sound like Korn at all. So if you didn't sound like Korn at the time,
You were
like
done
I didn't want
with
to
it.
hear what you had to say. But it's very interesting. I'm not sure what makes jazz. A Venn diagram of classic jazz and a 6-year-old with a recorder is just one circle of notes nobody wants to fucking hear.
I liked this song.
I love this song.
how real it was, but it was also positive.
Right. Basically, like, don't let the bastards get you down. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. But then it had an upbeat sound to it too, and the high pitched parts I liked.
It was very, very encouraging. Lyrics are very simple, but sometimes it's been a really good balance because the band before was extremely poetic, like high on the poetry side. And the more poetic you are, the more valid interpretations you can get.
That's true. Yep.
This one is pretty straightforward and really it's right there for you.
Yep.
But you kind of need both in your musical repertoire.
And I think it's cool when it's a topic like this because he says every time I turn around something trips me up. As soon as I feel like I got a grip, shit starts to slip. Like so he's talking about like everything just it's always falling down around me. You can see he's really in like this negative headspace, and then the second verse comes in and he's saying like, most of the things we're going through make no sense. Even though you feel alone, it's not the end. And when you're feeling out of place and nowhere you can hide, just close your eyes and take a breath. You'll be all right. Don't let the monsters get to you. Be the one, my friend. Even if you have to punch your way to the end. Like, I feel like when there's a message that's like, because we complicate things, right? So when stuff happens, like
100%.
sometimes I try to sit down and think about like what things are common to all of us. And one thing that is common to all of us is we will experience pain. There will be forms of pain in your life, and it's going to come in varying forms. And the degree to which you've experienced pain is the degree to which the pain will affect you too. Like, for instance, if you've been through a lot of things, something small is not going to bother you like the bigger things are. Simultaneously, if you haven't been through a lot of things, then the small things feel like big things because that's all you know. So there's a sense to which all of us in our pain are pushed to our limits, even though our pains are different.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point.
It can get really complicated because you start looking at it, and if you start feeling like you're the only one, like the universe or God or whatever has some vendetta against you, like, or karma's a bitch, like maybe you've done a lot of things and you're like, it's always coming back, like when will the karma stop coming around to me, like, you know what I mean, like without recognizing that like that is part of life now, that we all are going to experience that. So when he's talking about that, but then he goes into like this like positivity about it, like if you feel alone, it's not the end, like, and it's so simply put, like sometimes sometimes when stuff gets like crazy, you need somebody to come in and just simplify that shit. Like, you're all going way too many, you guys are going in way too many directions. Everybody's just slow down. And then like when he slows you down, he just tells you, look, even if you feel like you're alone, it's not the end. And right now you might feel alone, but it doesn't mean that you're going to feel alone tomorrow or the day after. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Negative Vibes has the most contradictory nickname I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
Because he's one of the most positive people in this community. This is a song he selected, right?
Well, maybe he's positive, and he keeps getting, like, people keep trying to throw negative vibes at him.
Yeah. The guy, yeah, it's a complete, he's got to be, honestly, like, literally one of the most positive people in the community. Like,
what are you doing here?
It's true. What the fuck are you doing? But,
solve this mystery. All right, so...
Yeah, and you know, these are throwaway lines that you see at Walmart. Live, laugh, learn, don't die, and you'll fly. Like, it sounds simplistic, but it's like, when you come at the world from a perspective of a student,
right,
and that problem, that issue is a teacher. Some people call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. When you that's such an anticlimactic movie. I didn't even did I tell you about that guy?
I was literally thinking, I wonder which movie that came from or what situation.
Iron Man and the guy is the bad guy. I forgot the name of the bad guy, but it's like I don't know. We'll probably watch it. I don't know if we'll watch it together, but like when that scene happened, I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna. Here's a spoiler alert. Okay, I'm very sorry, but there's this guy, and I forgot the guy's name, but he's like the main bad guy, like halfway through the movie, right? So he's like this terrorist, and he's blowing shit up. He's like, blowing up an entire city and shit. You're like, oh my god, this guy is like the worst. And then he's got that voice, like some people call the Manchurian. See. See, he knows what I'm talking about.
That scene is so funny.
Yeah, it is, because it's like, okay, this man, holy shit, this guy, this is going to be some shit. This is going to be an epic battle. Halfway through the movie, it turns out, I forgot what it was, but it basically wasn't really him. He wasn't really the terrorist. He was basically, and he was just this guy in like these fancy clothes. He's with all these girls. He was just basically like a rock star. It wasn't him the whole time. Like, he was impersonating being the bad guy. It wasn't him. He was just some. So like halfway through the movie, like, holy shit, the Manchurian. Oh no, this guy's terrible. And then it turns out he's just like some rich guy with a lot of money and a lot of girls around him. He didn't believe in shit. Like, he wasn't really a bad guy. I'm sorry for blowing it up for whoever was watching it, but man, they featured that dude in the commercial too. So it's like you were like really set up to like this epic battle against the Manchurian. Subhanallah. I'm gonna show you the scene when we get off, but like it's unfortunate because you can't really experience like how.
Yeah, I feel like I have to watch the whole movie.
Stupid and anticlimactic that moment was. I was so disappointed because you know I love bad guys and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you were sizing up to see some battle.
It was so disappointing. Yeah, it was just an actor they hired to be the face of the terror. He wasn't really a gangster. Oh. But anyway, if you look at life. This is another sort of perk of our worldview. That there's nothing that happens that doesn't have a telos or some reason or purpose behind it. So if something bad is happening, people love that karma thing. I think the karma concept is a really dangerous concept, man. It's a really dangerous concept because, for example, there's this guy in the Bible named Job. And we just had a conversation about this on the other YouTube channel that I'm a part of. It's called God's Atheist Experiment. If you want to hear me and an atheist, we're not going at it. We're looking at the Bible as a story and literature and interfacing with the characters. I've never seen anything like it before. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
But there's this guy Job, and it says he's the most righteous man in all the world. And so Satan, I'll just call him Satan for now. The devil shows up to God and says, well, I mean, anybody can be righteous if they're rich and all their kids are there and they're mega healthy and they
Right, but strike him.
we take all that shit away from him and see how righteous he is. So Job loses everything, and what Job says is the Lord gives, the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Subhanallah. Okay. Job's friends come up to him and say, the reason all this shit happened to you is because you've got some secret badness in there somewhere.
Yeah, this is it.
You did something wrong to deserve this. They're operating on the karmic paradigm.
Yeah.
And by the end of the book, God shows up to Job's friends and says, I'm really fucking mad at you guys because you misrepresented me.
You better hope Job prays for you.
So it's like, what's going on? And the issue is, Job's suffering had nothing to do with his karma. It was actually because he was good
Yes.
that he suffered.
Right.
At the end of the book, Job says, I had heard you before with the hearing of the ear, but now my eyes see you. And I asked
I repent in dust and ashes.
I asked my atheist friend, I said, if your kid was blind from birth and some strange procedure happened, but breaking his leg would restore his eyesight, would give him his eyesight because he was born blind. Would you do it?
I would absolutely do that.
He said yes.
Yeah.
I said, so you would bring pain into your child's life in order to give him eyesight. What you're saying is that eyesight is more valuable than that pain is painful. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay. So when Job says, I had heard you with the ear, but now my eyes see you, all that shit that happened to him before, he's saying that was a broken leg and it hurt like a bitch. But now I see you. My relationship with God, like I'm seeing you in a completely different way.
Yeah.
So that pain was worth that vision. That's why he was in pain.
You in a different way. I never thought of that.
See what I'm saying? So what Job's friend did was said, you did something bad to deserve this.
Yeah.
And God was saying, you did something good to gift this. The pain was a gift for him to go somewhere else, and it was a reward for his goodness. So we got to be really careful with the karma idea. Somebody's suffering and you're like, yeah, karma's a bitch. And you know what? We generally only pull that out for people we dislike.
I know.
So when something bad happens to somebody we dislike, we go, karma's a bitch.
It's so
But it's
true.
somebody that we like it's us. Why is this happening to me?
Yeah, it's true. Or we cut somebody off and we're not like, oh boy, karma's a bitch. I'm going to get that back to me. You know what I mean? We'll treat people's
or on the other hand, you have some people like you who are so self-critical that everything that happens is karma. And God's like, no, it has nothing to do with that. I love you, and this pain is necessary for you to get here. It has nothing to do with your bad karma. Mm-hmm. Yeah, was it Bono said grace trumps karma? I don't want karma. I don't want karma for me, and I don't want karma for any of my friends, because all of you have done bad things.
Well, what's the difference between karma and you reap what you sow?
Well, what a man sows, he reaps is a principle, but it is not a one-to-one correlation with the way that God acts in the world.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, so there are principles that happen that God has set into the universe so that we don't spin off into chaos.
Yeah.
Right? But as far as how God acts on the individual, he acts personally with each individual.
Right.
And so we have to be careful. There are times when God's like, okay, I'm going to fuck you up. Like the Israelites, they were being bad to immigrants.
Mm-hmm. Just say that again for the ones in the back.
The Israelites were being bad to immigrants. So God said, oh, you don't like immigrants? Great. I'm going to send the Babylonians and they're going to leave your wives, widows, and your children orphans. How's that? So there are times when God says, okay, I'm going to fuck you up.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of times when that's not what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening is the pain is a teacher. And a lot of times people have said, oh, Vin, you're deep, blah, 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 blah. It's not because I read books. It's because I've been in a lot of pain. And pain forces a certain kind of depth out of people, and from that pain and the depth that you get with God, because you're constantly asking the question, "What are you trying to teach me?" There's a reason that when Jesus showed up, he didn't show up as a king, a jihadist. He showed up. The number one thing his disciples called him was teacher, rabbi. So like the entire thing is a lesson. And if you look at life that way, then karma is included in the lesson, but it is not.
Yeah.
It is one of like 6 or 7 options. One of it, I was stupid. Like, oh, you're hammering a nail and you're okay, boom, you hit the nail. Okay, that's not karma. Right? It's just you're not good at multitasking.
Right.
Right? So sometimes you suffer because you're stupid. Other times you suffer because other people are stupid. Other times but still, even with my stupidity with the hammer thing, there's a lesson to be learned there, which is, hey, I'm not good at multitasking. So I got a throbbing finger, and you get behind the wheel of your car, and you got a throbbing finger, and then that voice in your head says, hey, you just smashed your finger. You sure you want to text and drive? And you might go, fuck it, I'm not going to text and drive today because I got a fucked up finger. And you don't realize that you just saved yourself from a car wreck. So even though, boom, this means I'm stupid, if you say, what is there to learn from this interaction? You literally could save your life and the life of your friends. So if you look at the world as, if you look at events in life as segments of a curriculum, then you're going to interpret pain differently. I'm not saying you're not going to experience the pain, because there's something wrong with me where I experience pain at such deeper levels than everybody else, for whatever reason. But, so I don't want to glorify pain. I'm just saying happiness is also a teacher, right? Like, if I'm watching and somebody got faked, they let their guard down, and then bang! That connection is so beautiful to me. And it makes me happy. Well, that says something about me. Right? So everything is a teacher, from the mundane to the majestic. It's all and even that guy, some people call me terrorist, I consider myself a teacher. He was like this big bad guy, and then we looked at him, he wasn't really like that. So when I think about evil in the world, there's a part of me that's like, yeah, man, but you're not really like that, bro. Like, you don't got the power like that. You are a stand-in for something else. Think about that. The guy was projecting that he was this powerful terrorist, destroying everybody, terrorizing everybody, but in reality, he was a puppet for something else. He wasn't the issue. So look at the world stage right now and put 2 and 2 together. But anyway, it's all a lesson. Jesus is a teacher. If you'll learn, inshallah. Okay. I love this song. I love jazz.
This is great.
You do have to respect the check hook, though. You do have to respect the check hook. I love 275, man. The man's a man after my own heart. He's afflicted with a love of violence.
Oh my gosh.
He is.
Oh no.
He is. He that's why I love him. There's certain people I love for horrible reasons, but God says, well, it's good that you love him. Pray for him. All right, 9.5.
Ooh.
I just love the jazz.
This one's a 10 for me because it means a lot of things. So I'm not gonna get into those things.
Okay.
But definitely, it's a 10 for me, and I like the positivity. I like there being some sort of a solution, and the solution is not a silver bullet. It's just, stuff doesn't make sense sometimes, and sometimes you feel alone, and sometimes, you know what I mean, all these things. But like, just fight your way to the end, and don't let the monsters get you, and live, laugh, love, don't die, and you fly high. Like, to me, it was just like that: live, love, be happy, and just make the best of what you have, like whatever experience. And like you said, like if we look at every obstacle or anything that comes our way to say, what is there for a lesson to learn in this, and you learn something, and you accept that lesson, you humble yourself, you accept that lesson, then you're in a better place, and that pain point is now something that you learn from, so it can help ease some of the pain of some situations. But obviously that doesn't cure everything, but certainly doesn't cure everything to just look at everything so darkly and dimly all the time, and to lose complete hope. Which
I do. 98% of the time, I don't look at it this way.
Yeah.
But that's why it's important that you take some time and figure out who you want to partner your life with. Because if I didn't have you around, I'm gonna talk about that. Like I said, God understands all of us, understands our weaknesses. He looked at me and said, "Yeah, that boy needs some help." So you're around. So be wise also about who you choose to put in your life, man. Some of the pain in your life is fucking self-inflicted. You got to be wise about the person that you devote your heart and your life to. And I wasn't wise. I just lucked out. But again, a lot of it is God just understanding that boy, he needs some help. So thank you for playing your position. Okay. We've got one more song left, dear listener. Did you score the song?
I give it a 10.
I gave this a 9.5, but the rule is any song that makes it into my phone at minimum has to be a 9.8. So it got bumped up.
Oh yeah.
It got bumped up because it ended up on
my phone.
It ended up on my phone.
My phone's dead, so I wasn't able to add it to a playlist. I'm gonna start putting now.
I guess there's some protesters and shit at the doctor's office. I don't know, like, why. What were they protesting? Pediatricians? Weird. All right, we'll talk about it on the other side of the break. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. We shall be done. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. I guess we've got one more song for you, dear listener.
All right, our last
It's
and
by
final
a band
song.
by the name of Black Sabbath.
This was for the big homie Deech, who picked Black Sabbath's Die Young. He says, Vin and Sori, I really enjoy your Black Sabbath reviews and your comments on Tony Iommi. I wanted to request a live performance displaying his guitar skills and was torn between his final performance in 2017 on the song Dirty Woman with Ozzy on vocals, or Die Young from 2009 with Ronnie James Dio on vocals in his final tour before his death in early
Send me the Black Sabbath. I mean,
2010.
the Archero video, please. It's off my computer for some strange reason.
Okay.
I will read the intro, but we have a very, 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 very special video that we have to play for you beautiful people.
I'm not sure if it's even
Is
on
that
this one.
it? That's 2022, right?
Yeah.
No,
I have a 2023 one. I downloaded it off of YouTube because it's right up on YouTube for us. So,
So that should be in the downloads folder.
Yeah.
What did you title it?
I titled it whatever it is. I think we titled it. I don't know what we titled it. Look for 2023. Yeah, because he titled it March Madness 2023, I think.
2023? Okay. I mean, it's gonna go with all the videos that we shot in 2023.
Okay.
So we don't know where it is.
I mean, honey, I don't know what happened, but we did play it once before in one of these. So
Okay, so we'll have to do it in post production. Fuck.
no,
We'll have to add it in post production, babe, because
no, we can get it. It doesn't take. It's gonna.
Adonde. Where is it?
No, go on our YouTube channel.
On Vin and Sori YouTube channel?
Yeah.
We can't do that. Too deep.
Okay.
All right. Make sure you add in post production.
Will do.
So. Okay, go ahead. Reread the intro again.
Deech song comments. Vin and Sori, I really enjoy your Black Sabbath reviews.
Wait, it's at the top of his email. Yeah, you're killing me. You're killing me. Keep talking to the people.
Thank you for that. Well, so do you want me to reread everything right now?
I want you to talk to the people while I download this thing and play this video. Thing.
Okay. Thank you, Middle, for that.
Praise God for see people. Middle knows who he's dealing with, and I appreciate that. He's like they're gonna need a double copy. They're gonna need a double copy. Thank you, Middle. We have the March Madness thing. We shall play it
Ian,
soon.
we wish you were on the stream earlier as well.
Why? What happened?
He said he just wishes he was on the stream earlier.
Oh. So what happened, Michelle? They attacked you and your boyfriend? I guess they were like abortion protesters who attacked him? Is that what happened?
What happened?
What
happened?
I don't know.
You got attacked, Michelle?
She said they got jammed up or whatever. All right, guys, here we go. We've got a special announcement. Sayla's gonna have to edit this, right?
Yeah.
So when we cut it up, make sure she knows. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, here we go. We want to show you something very, very important before we start the video. This is from our very own. It's for a very good cause. Please check it out. Look at it. Look at it!
Hey villagers, this is Archero, and it is March Madness time once again. We do this as an annual fundraiser to help out other villagers who have fallen on hard times. It is a contest that's based on the NCAA basketball tournament. What you do is you fill out a bracket on ESPN, choosing for each matchup of all the games all the way through the national championship game, who you think might win each game. The highest scoring bracket will win a free song reaction from Vin and Sori. Now, to participate in this, there's a minimum of $1 donation, and you'll find our GoFundMe page. If you just search on Google for Vin and Sori GoFundMe, you will find it. Make a donation there. If you can give more than $1, we encourage you to, since this is going to help out our fellow villagers. Once you make your donation, then send an email to me at vinandSoriMarchMadness@gmail.com. I will send you a link to where all of the village brackets are, and you'll be able to participate there. Now you can start filling out your brackets on Selection Sunday, which is March the 12th, and then you'll have until the morning of March 16th when the first basketball game starts to have completed your bracket. We have so much fun with this every year, and we really look forward to seeing you guys there.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be participating in this, and we're also going to do that matching thing. So whatever you guys do, we'll match it, and then Archero, we've got a couple people that distribute things to help our. This is not charity. I know we use the word donation. It's not charity. Like at the end of the day, all of us are dealing with shit together, and it's one of those things where if you saw somebody on the side of the road and they needed help, you would just do it without thinking. That's what's happening at a digital level. So don't be all, people are we're just doing what we're all supposed to do. So you do $1, you do the competition, somebody's going to win a free song, and then we will match it, and then our chair will go, and we don't really, once that stuff gets raised, it gets sent to somebody else, and we have no influence in it. So I don't know who, I don't determine where the money goes or who the money goes to. That's, we've got designated people that do that because we trust them, and to be honest, they're the ones that are in the Discord. They know people's stories.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a really good cause. We really love when it happens. And to be quite frank with you, we need to do more than that just once a year. And we got to be accountable to that. And we understand that. And so we're going to think about ways to expand that, because I think that's necessary. Okay. Shout out to Archero. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate you. Love you. Marchero's going to sleep because he's got, whatever.
Oh, okay, goodbye.
Enough of that. It's time for some Sabbath.
Okay, Vin and Sori, I really enjoy your Black Sabbath reviews. This comment is from the big homie Deech. And your comments on Tony Iommi. I wanted to request a live performance displaying his guitar skills and was torn between his final performance in 2017 on the song Dirty Women with Ozzy on vocals or Die Young from 2009 with Ronnie James Dio on vocals in his final tour before his death in early 2010. Knowing how much Vin loves Dio, I picked Die Young. Enjoy. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Die Young with the big homie Ronnie James Dio. Let's make it happen, Captain.
The greatest guitar player on earth, Mr. Tony Iommi. Tony!
100% true. 100% true. 100% true.
Die Young.
Look at that guitar. It's like
I
weathered.
was looking at it, yeah.
So brilliant.
Everybody's just waiting.
So humble too. Look at it.
Yeah, I know, right? See all those crosses?
Huh?
The crosses?
Yeah. I think he's a Christian. Get the lyrics up.
You change the song and it rips away to face you as you run. You run, you run. Behind a smile, with danger in a story to be told. You never did all. Life's fantasy to be locked away and still to think you're free. You're free. We're free. Live for today. Tomorrow never dies.
Smart lyrics.
That is good.
Writing on the wall, writing in the air.
Gonna die young. Someone stop the fair.
Oh man, let's fucking go! I love this guy's vocal style, bro.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Done!
Unbelievable.
Done! You didn't have those fingers.
I know. I didn't realize that till this video.
That
Look
bass,
at his fingers.
That
It's
bass
going
is
everywhere
not
now,
playing
baby.
either.
Wow.
Holy shit!
He still has it with that voice.
Let's
Wow.
fucking
Okay. Man.
go. Yo, dude.
I can't believe how good he still sings. Like, that's crazy.
I know. How many years did he have left in that bitch? Yeah, man, dude, gosh, this band's influence on metal, our culture, our community cannot be exaggerated. And every time I hear this band, I'm like, oh, Tony Iommi, do you see that bassist? I don't know much about that instrument, but he was getting busy. That bassist was getting busy,
Absolutely.
dude. Like,
Absolutely.
rhythm section was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, their whole band is just crazy. And it's crazy because, you know, they all started out as kids kind of playing together, and then they kind of grew with the instrument, so they just got better and better. They found this new genre, this new thing, and then Tony just started developing it, and they kind of followed suit. Speaking of new...
Oh.
We've got a new baby formula on the market.
Yay.
It's called Fuji
Fuji
Bear.
Bear.
And basically, long story short, dear listener, U.S. baby formula has not been updated significantly since 1980, before we were born. And as such, you get things like colic, constipation, digestive issues, all that jazz. But we decided we were going to go off of the continent and get formula from Europe. Mm-hmm. European Union has way higher standards for formula.
We feed it to our kids.
We feed it to our kids. We've already got a charity off in Los Angeles that has bought a significant amount of Fuji Bear formula to bless the people in Los Angeles, and we're going to enter into a deal with them. The point of me saying that is simply to say it works quickly, and people love it, and so do we. You can check us out at Amazon.com. All you have to do is type Fuji, Foodgie, or check the link below, and you'll be able to get there. Okay, now, let's go into the lyrics of this song. Die young. Okay, let's do this. Let's go backwards. What do you think die young means in this song?
I don't know. I guess I was just thinking, like, the whole phrase, only the good die young.
Yep.
And I just thought it was just, like, sell out, but I don't know. It was weird because once I saw the comment about they're singing die young when they're old guys singing it, then I wasn't even thinking about what it meant when they originally wrote it. What do you think that they were saying?
I think what he's saying is that youth is a mentality.
Okay.
Right? So approach the world as a youth. Because how do youth operate? They operate with a little...
young.
Yeah, because when you die, everybody's going to die.
Yeah.
But what kind of mentality are you going to die with? So young person, everything is new. They come with a lot of energy.
Yeah.
They're not jaded. So he's saying, don't get to the end of your life and like let all the world and everything like bring you down, and so you're like you're this jaded individual waiting for death.
Yeah.
Live every single day. Like Jonathan Edwards, had this thing called resolutions, and he'd make these resolutions to himself. He started writing when he was 14, and the one that stuck with me. There were two that stuck with me. The first one was to live with all my might while I do live. That was one of his resolutions. The second one that stuck with me was, I often hear older people talk about the things that they would have done differently. And then he said, resolve to live in such a way so that when I'm an old man, I have none of those.
Yeah.
Right? Which he failed at because he owned 2 slaves. But the point is, like, the reason I think Edwards had such a massive impact on America specifically is because of those resolutions. Like, people are drawn to people who live life fully in the moment.
It's so true.
So those are the people that change everything, for better or for worse. It's very uncommon to find a low energy leader that people just follow to the edge of the world or whatever.
Have you ever seen it?
I'm sure, but they're the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah.
You
Maybe
know?
Paul in the scripture. Remember, he was so boring. The guy fell out the window, and it said people would be like, "Hey, he doesn't match up with his writings."
He was boring in person, but he still had a lot of charisma on the paper, though.
Right.
And most people were interfacing with Paul through his letters because he was just one guy.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's one of the things that's really fascinating to me about this show, The Chosen. Because the Jesus character is like the life of the party. He's got an attitude. He's got a personality. Mm-hmm. John and James are like, let's call down fire from heaven. And he goes, fire. Like, he's extremely and he was a very charismatic guy. And there was a lot of, you just come with a lot of energy. And sometimes like the energy can be like overpowering and you exhaust people. I understand that. But there is something to be said about somebody, the whole grab life by the horns thing. It's like die young. It's like, I'm not, and I think that, Homeboy fulfilled it, right? I mean, he died, rest in peace to him. But I mean, if you look at the way that he was on stage and he was reaching out to the audience, and the audience was giving it right back to him. Like, yeah, dude, we get it. Like, we're on that shit.
Yeah.
Like that's just really, really, really inspiring. I found it useful in my daily life, to be honest. It's cognitive distancing, situational reframing, etc. Before these were acknowledged in cognitive behavioral therapy. Yeah. Show.
I think it kind of reminded me too, like of the song before, where it's, how are you going to look at the situation? Like, are you going to stay in the darkness about it, or are you going to be like, okay, things can get better, and like how the other song kind of was like that sort of pick me up. And I think that it's, if you spend your life being bitter and allowing like all of the negative things that happen to you in your life to be commentary on how something or someone doesn't like you, whether that is the universe or God or whatever, or you just focus, you just hang on to that bitterness, and you love your bitterness, you love your anger, you love your rage, all those different things, like, or you love your sorrow, like all whatever, like everybody has their vice, but if that's gonna dictate what your life looks like. And I think he's that, like, that's really a cool way of die young. I think I really like that, and I probably have always kind of like wanted to kind of be like that, but I have definitely seen the effects on the stuff that I've held on to, how it has definitely affected. I don't think that you can die young if you hold on to all kinds of shit from the past.
That's the other thing about kids, man. Especially Reza.
Yeah.
Like Reza, in the moment when he's mad at you, he'll look, yeah. Like, fix your face, Nick. He doesn't care. Like, what?
No.
But like 2 minutes later, it's done.
Yeah.
It's done. He was mad. He said what he had to say. Whatever. He's got this like spitting thing that he does. So he spits on his brother. So I showed up. There's this nice red, thing on his face. I said, what happened to you? He said, Orion hit me. I said, bro, did you hit your brother? Like, you have to pay a price. He said, he spit on me, Daddy. I said,
oh.
Did you spit on your brother?
You started this assault.
He said, yeah.
Yeah.
I said, well.
I mean, you can't go around spitting on people.
Your blood's on your own head, my G. Yeah, but then 2 minutes later, you hear them playing, they're having fun, blah, blah, blah. You let that happen to adults. One guy spits on a guy, the other guy beats the hell out of him. Like, they're not, the whole wars.
Yeah.
Like, put the shit behind you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think
you got your put it behind you. Fucking go play.
I think
we gotta have a nuclear
so
war.
much
Kill
meaning into everything. We pour so much meaning into every insult and every fight, and like, okay, maybe that person did mean it as horribly as you felt it, but should you feel it the rest of your life because they said or did that?
I know. I know.
Yeah,
I know. And
it doesn't matter. Like, you can think of really horrible things, but that could happen to people. But if you hold on to that, the depths of how much pain there was in that, rather than going through the processes of healing, like, that's going to be a long fucking life.
And that's like, I've seen the adult version of that play out in the barracks when drunk many times. Yeah, that's a different kind of subculture. Because you're going out to fight and die and kill with these people. So you have a little beef and you're fighting. Dudes get over it real quick because they got a bigger mission going on. But kids, like, their only mission is to have fun. They just want to have as much fun as possible. Mm-hmm. And they understand the longer we're beefing, the less fun we're going to have. Mm-hmm. And these two, all they have is each other because there's such a gap in age. You know, Seneca, he's not up yet. I mean, in a year or two, he's going to be in the mix. But they have each other. That's why, you know, Orion's crying, I want Reza. Tell Reza to come into the room. I'm like, he doesn't want to come in the room, though, bro. He's like, well, tell him to come. I want him in the room. Like, he doesn't want to be with you. He had his nap time. His nap from 3 to 6 is fucking, I said, it's probably 6 o'clock, my nigga. He's not going to, but like, they love each other.
Yeah.
And they're not going to waste time beefing with each other over dumb shit. Mm-hmm. They're gonna fight. They fight it out, and it's over, and they get back along. Something's gonna change where you start holding on to that shit.
Yep.
And it gets really deep. Like, fuck. Okay, slavery. Okay, the shit happened, bro.
Yeah,
it happened. Okay.
The concept. It
did. It happened. Okay, it happened. All right. Well, what are you gonna do? Like, there's a lot of shit that we've all done to each other. I'm not saying it's equivalent. And look, you know, when you know, Orion squared that circle. Mm-hmm. You see, so I'm not dumb. Like, people have to pay prices, but like, how much?
Yeah.
How long?
Right.
And like, is your vengeance worth more to you than your happiness?
Whoa.
Is retribution more important to you than peace?
Yeah, you know, another thing that I was thinking, you sound like you're just spitting out quotes here. This is unbelievable. Very good. Like, but that concept, oh my gosh. Go ahead, keep going.
275. Hold the fuck up, Vin. Did you name your kid Seneca? Yeah, his name is Seneca. Yeah. It was funny because 275 was like, Vin would like the Stoic philosophers, you know, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, those types of people. Yeah, his name is Seneca. Actually, his name is Seneca Truth. That's his actual name.
Yeah.
His real name is Seneca Truth. That's his full name.
Oh, what I was gonna say was, like when you have a conversation with somebody, and then after you're done the conversation, you start rethinking everything, and you're like, oh, I should have said this. Oh, they should have said that. I wonder what they meant when they said that.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking about how little of that should be in our lives, and I think that that's why the Bible says if you have a problem with somebody or you feel that they've sinned against you, go to them and talk to them, because if you don't, you're gonna have that internal dialogue, and now everything could be something else that it's not, and it literally, like, it makes you feel worse inside. The more you go over it, the more angry you feel, the more pumped up you feel, the more whatever. Like, go talk to the person. Like,
and the thing about I'm going to turn you on 275 to Bernardo Castro, because you're a philosophical thinker. He has influenced my thinking so much. Like he did this little thought experiment about how time is just a complete mental projection, and people talk about like outside of time, inside of time. He's like, listen, if we say now, the minute you say we're in the now, it's gone. He says, okay, well, what's the past? The past is your projected memory of events that happened before, supposedly. But that's just in your head. None of us believes that the past has like continuing ontology. So now doesn't exist because the minute you put your finger on it, it's gone.
Yeah.
The past doesn't really exist because it's a projection of your mind, and we all know that it's all jumbled. It's not actually what actually happened. And he said, what's the future? The future is also just a mental projection of what you think events are going to be tomorrow. And tomorrow is a concept that never actually gets there. Neither does today.
Yeah.
Today is not a concept, because the minute that you're in today, it's gone. You're in the past. Like, I'm in the moment now. That's gone already.
right.
So we're not in time at all. All three of those categories are mental projections. You take it a step further. I say, okay, none of us knows what consciousness is, but we play Fortnite. Okay? So we play Fortnite, and when we're playing Fortnite, your avatar is over at Slappy, my avatar is over at Weeping Woods. Okay? We're like separated by all this distance. Okay? And there is a sense in which both of us are in that video game, separated by the distance in that video game. There's a real sense in which that's true. Simultaneous to that, you and I are sitting together outside of that game. So this app, so conscious people don't know what consciousness is or whatever. And to me, it's like, this is the avatar. The distances in this game are real in the sense that they're real, just like on Fortnite. But we know that those distances are just mental projections. They're hallucinations. You and I are in the same room. So that here my current theory on what we are and who we are is that we are all consciousnesses, it's literally like next to each other in one room. And when we're born, we're activating an avatar. So on the one hand, we feel completely separate from each other by hundreds of miles or time or categories or languages or whatever. Yeah, our avatars are, but we are all in the same room.
Yeah.
We're all in the same room.
Yeah.
And we're so much more one than we think we are. And I'm gonna be, keep my theological stuff in check and say, yes, we're still separate entities with separate wills, desires, emotions, whatever. But if you look at the universe, if you look at other human beings as this guy, like we're beefing with this dude, like he's miserable, obviously, and we're fucking him up, great. But at the end of the day, it's like, do you really want to fuck up somebody you're sitting next to? I remember one time Columbine happened. Go ahead.
In that situation, like, just to be clear, I don't want to fuck up that person just to fuck up that person, because I had the opportunity to do that.
I agree.
The reason that I want to fuck up that person is because if I don't fuck them up, they're going to fuck up a lot of other families. So it's either all those families that have to deal with whatever, or that person has to be stopped. So that's my thing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Let's be clear, because I had the opportunity to fuck them up.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it.
Agree. And Jesus tells us that's the way we're supposed to be. But the question is, like, if you viewed that person as being in the same room as you. So Columbine happened, and this guy got on TV, and he's like, why would these kids do this to their friends and blah, blah, blah. We have to figure this out. And I
Oh,
remember thinking
yeah.
to myself, man, these weren't their friends. They made fun of them. They mocked them, all types of shit. What are you talking about? And there were people that they considered friends, and they told them to not go to school that day. So they did have friends. So they didn't kill their friends, but there's a deeper side of that, where Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, he had that crazy line. He says, "We're not enemies, but friends." He's talking about the Civil War, where people were literally blowing each other away. They were absolutely enemies. But he says, "We're not enemies, but we're friends." And he talked about the better angels of our nature. Like, subhanAllah. The better, like the way these people wrote back then was just unbelievable. But he talked about the better, it makes you just go, fuck, man, like, we need somebody that will write things like that to bring the country together. Now you got Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about, we need a divorce in this country. We need there to be blue states over here and red states. Oh yeah, she literally called for that. It's like, man, I mean, come on, man. Like that is
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like,
Yeah.
and there's so much bitterness and,
Yeah.
and, you know, man, it's tough. And so when you see, so watch, like right here, I'm pretty much going to end the night with this. And, you know, if you know me, you know that Abraham Lincoln himself was not the Messiah. He was also, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But look at this fucking quote, man. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic chords of memory will swell when again touched, as surely they will be by the better angels of our nature. Subhanallah.
Oh, it's almost like a soft answer turns away wrath, is what he's saying at the end.
Yeah. He's like, the mystic chords of memory will swell again when touched. In other words, don't you remember when an American was your brother? Like, you guys are murdering each other. The mystic chords of memory. You'll remember when it was just America, man, and it was like the 13 stars, and we were all one country. And I know there was fucking slavery and I get it. I'm talking about the fucking principle here. We're all in the same room. This is another thing that kills me about this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. Vladimir Putin's a bad guy. Zelensky is a weak guy. And weak men are bad men. But these two people are representing literally millions of people who are literally connected DNA socially, like literally. And our country is like, yeah, man, just keep fighting. These are brothers. They're fucking killing each other. It's fucking tragic. They're more in the same room than anything. It's horrible. I don't care, Democrat, Republican, Putin, I don't care. I'm talking about the fucking human being, because you and I both know that Putin is going to come out of this situation. He ain't going to die out of this situation, and you know Zelensky ain't dying out of this situation, and neither is Biden. Neither was Bush when he sent all my friends over there. And we got 275. You got folks still paying that price like a couple days ago. And I got another friend who had a friend that he had to dedicate a song to, because he was still dealing with the fallout of that bullshit. Like, man, and we have nobody in our fucking culture right now that are saying this to each other. We're not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our cords of affection. The mystic chords of memory will swell when again touched, as surely they will be by the better angels of our nature. Unbelievable. It's beautiful. So that's, to me, right now, that's what it means to die young, right? Is young people, babies, little children, they have that. They have a short memory for pain and a long memory for companionship. So Orion knows this kid just spit on me. Reza knows this kid just slapped me in the face. But the bigger thing is, but that's my brother, and that's the only one I got. And that's, we're all we got. In a real little way, because I'll say this to you again, nothing that you see scientifically is actually here. The only thing that's here is your consciousness, your wills, your emotions, and mine. And this is just a platform by which we can find each other integrate, interface, experience each other, and go back to the ultimate consciousness in bliss. That's what it is. That's the whole thing. And we're getting caught up. Can you imagine how stupid it is that the people are sitting together playing this video game and there's an actual fucking people resent each other because of a fucking platform? None of this shit is real. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
The only thing that's real, man, is you and me and love and what we believe. That's it. All right.
Wow.
Songs in 11. I love it.
I'll match an 11.
Rest in peace to Johnny Shenkin, who was KIA'd in Ukraine 2 months ago. We'll see him again, inshallah. Shit is fucking terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Listen, I love you all. That's it. That's it. That's everything. That's it. Then out.
Sorry out.
Gone.